Welcome to Zen Sleep Sanctuary. In a world that moves faster each day, where silence has become rare and stillness even rarer, the ancient teachings of Buddhism offer something precious, a path to genuine peace, clarity, and freedom from suffering. Tonight, you are invited to walk this path alongside a seeker who, like you, yearns for deeper understanding and lasting tranquility. If you find value in this journey toward wisdom and inner calm, we invite you to subscribe to Zen Sleep Sanctuary and join our growing community of fellow travelers. From what corner of the world do you join us tonight, and what time graces your sky? The story you are about to experience unfolds in the mountains of the East, where ancient monasteries still hold the teachings of the Buddha like precious jewels in their stone walls. Here, a young seeker named Ren begins his exploration of Buddhist philosophy, discovering truths that have guided millions toward awakening for over 2,500 years. As Ren learns from his patient teacher, Master Ryoshin, you too will encounter the fundamental principles of Buddhism, the nature of suffering, the path to its end, and the profound freedom that awaits those who walk with mindful steps. Let this tale carry you gently toward rest, as wisdom and wonder weave together beneath the stars. The Seeker's First Step. Beginning the journey. The mountain path wound upward through ancient pines, each step taking Ren farther from the village he had always known and closer to something he could not yet name. His feet ached, his simple cloth bag weighed heavy on his shoulder, and doubt whispered in his mind with every breath. Why had he left his family, his work, his comfortable life? The question had no easy answer, only a persistent feeling that something essential was missing, a hollowness that no amount of food, company, or distraction could fill. He had heard stories of the monastery at the mountain's peak, where monks in saffron robes lived lives of profound simplicity, and where a teacher of great wisdom guided seekers toward understanding. Ren did not know what he sought exactly, but he knew with bone-deep certainty that he could not continue as he had been, sleepwalking through days that blurred together like watercolors in rain. The path steepened, and he paused to catch his breath, looking back at the valley below where morning mist clung to rice fields like spirits reluctant to depart. Everything he had known lay behind him now, and everything unknown waited ahead. As the sun climbed higher, Ren finally reached the monastery gates, massive wooden doors weathered grey by centuries of mountain storms. His hand trembled slightly as he reached for the rope that hung beside the entrance, and when he pulled it, a deep bell tone resonated through the courtyard beyond, a sound that seemed to penetrate not just his ears, but his entire being. The gate opened slowly, and a monk with kind eyes and a face marked by years of smiling appeared before him. The monk said nothing at first, simply observed Ren with a gaze that felt both penetrating and gentle, as though seeing not just the young man standing there, but all the confusion, hope, and longing he carried. Finally, the monk spoke, his voice like smooth river stones. "Welcome, friend. You have traveled far, not just in distance, but in courage. To seek truth is the first great step, and you have taken it." Ren felt unexpected tears spring to his eyes at these words, and he bowed deeply, overwhelmed by gratitude he did not fully understand. The monk introduced himself as Master Ryoshin and led Ren through courtyards where other monks moved with fluid grace, sweeping paths, tending gardens, sitting in silent meditation beneath cherry trees just beginning to bud. Everything here moved at a different pace, Ren noticed, as though time itself had agreed to slow down and breathe more deeply within these walls. Master Ryoshin brought him to a simple room with a sleeping mat, a low table, and a single window that framed a view of distant peaks brushed with snow. "This will be your home while you study here," the master said. "Rest today, observe, and allow yourself to simply be. Tomorrow, we will begin your education in the Dharma, the teachings that have illuminated the path for countless beings before you. But know this now, what you seek is not something I can give you, for it already rests within you, covered only by layers of confusion and habit. Our work together is not about adding knowledge, but about removing obstacles, so that your own true nature can shine forth like the sun that was always there behind the clouds." That first day, Ren did as Master Ryoshin suggested. He walked the monastery grounds slowly, watching monks perform their daily tasks with complete attention, as though washing a bowl or raking gravel were activities of profound importance. He noticed how they moved in silence much of the time, yet the silence felt full rather than empty, rich with presence and awareness. When the dinner bell rang, he joined the community in the dining hall, where a simple meal of rice, vegetables and tea was served and consumed in mindful quiet, each person fully attending to the act of nourishing their body. Ren found himself tasting his food more vividly than he could remember, noticing subtle flavors and textures he would normally have overlooked in his habit of eating while thinking about 10 other things. After the meal, as twilight painted the sky in shades of amber and violet, he sat on a stone bench in the garden and felt something shift inside him, a tiny loosening of the tight knot he had carried in his chest for so long. Perhaps, he thought, perhaps here I might find what I have been seeking, or learn that what I seek has always been closer than I knew. As stars began to appear in the darkening sky, Master Ryoshin found Ren in the garden and sat beside him without speaking for several long minutes. The master's presence felt solid and peaceful, like an ancient tree that had weathered countless storms and remained rooted, strong, and giving. Finally, Ryoshin spoke. "You have come here with questions, as all seekers do. You wonder about suffering, about the meaning of life, about how to find peace in a world that seems designed to disturb it. These are the right questions, the ones that led the Buddha himself to leave his palace and seek understanding beneath the stars, just as you now sit beneath them. The teachings I will share with you are not beliefs you must accept on faith, but truths you can test in the laboratory of your own experience. Buddhism is not about worshipping or hoping, but about waking up, seeing clearly, and living with wisdom and compassion. Are you ready to begin this journey? Even though it may challenge everything you think you know about yourself and the world." Ren turned to face the master, and in the dim light, he could see both seriousness and warmth in the old monk's expression. He felt the weight of the question, understanding that something significant was being offered to him, a key to a door he had not known existed. With a voice steadier than he expected, Ren replied, "I am ready, Master. I do not know what lies ahead, but I cannot return to the half-asleep life I was living before. Whatever truth awaits, I wish to meet it with open eyes and an open heart." Master Ryoshin smiled then, a smile of deep satisfaction and recognition, and placed a gentle hand on Ren's shoulder. "Good," he said. "Then tomorrow, we begin at the beginning, with the story of a prince who became a Buddha, and with the first great truths he discovered under the Bodhi tree. For now, rest well, and know that you have already taken the most important step by choosing to wake up rather than continue dreaming. The path ahead is long, but each step makes you lighter, freer, and more fully alive." That night, lying on his simple mat with moonlight streaming through the window, Ren felt a curious mixture of exhaustion and exhilaration. His body was tired from the long climb, but his mind buzzed with anticipation and curiosity. What would he learn in this place? How would these teachings transform him? He thought of his family in the village, his friends who had laughed when he spoke of seeking wisdom in a monastery, calling him foolish for leaving behind a secure life. Perhaps they were right. Perhaps he was chasing something that did not exist. But deep within, beneath all doubt and fear, he felt a quiet certainty, a knowing that this was exactly where he needed to be. As sleep gradually overtook him, his last waking thought was a simple prayer of gratitude. Thank you for this chance, this path, this possibility of awakening. And in the darkness of that mountain night, surrounded by the peaceful breathing of monks in distant rooms and the whisper of wind through ancient pines, Ren began his transformation, one breath, one moment, one teaching at a time. Master Ryoshin, sitting in his own chamber lit by a single candle, reflected on the young man who had arrived at the gates that day. He had seen many seekers come to the monastery over his decades of teaching. Some stayed for years and some for only days. Some found what they sought and some discovered they were not yet ready. But something in Ren's eyes had caught his attention, a genuine hunger for truth, a willingness to question and learn, a humility that would serve him well on this path. The master knew that the journey ahead would not be easy for Ren, that Buddhist teachings would challenge his assumptions, that meditation would confront him with uncomfortable truths about his own mind, that the discipline of mindful living would require effort and patience. But he also sensed that Ren possessed the qualities necessary for real progress: sincerity, determination, and the courage to look honestly at himself and the world. With a soft exhale, Master Ryoshin blew out his candle and settled into his evening meditation, holding the image of all seekers, past and present, in his heart with boundless compassion and wishing them all freedom from suffering and the joy of awakening. The monastery itself seemed to embrace Ren that first night, its ancient stones and timeless routines creating a container strong enough to hold transformation. For generations, these walls had sheltered those who yearned to understand the nature of existence, and they would shelter countless more in years to come. The Dharma lived here, not just in texts and teachings, but in the very air, in the mindful steps of monks crossing courtyards, in the careful attention brought to every action, in the silence that spoke louder than words. As Ren slept his first sleep in this sacred place, dreams came to him, fragmented and strange. Images of mountains and rivers, of lotus flowers opening in muddy ponds, of a figure sitting perfectly still beneath a vast tree while stars wheeled overhead. He did not understand these dreams, but they carried a feeling of rightness, of moving towards something beautiful and true. And when morning light touched his face and the monastery bell called all residents to waken and begin a new day, Ren opened his eyes with a sense of readiness, of standing at the threshold of a great adventure that would ultimately lead him home to himself. The prince who walked away, Siddhartha's awakening. After morning meditation and a simple breakfast of rice porridge and tea, Master Ryoshin invited Ren to walk with him in the monastery's forest garden, where narrow paths wound between moss-covered stones and bamboo groves swayed in the mountain breeze. The master moved slowly, deliberately, as though each step were a meditation in itself, and Ren found himself naturally falling into this mindful rhythm. They walked in silence for a time, listening to birdsong and the distant sound of a waterfall cascading down granite cliffs. Finally, as they reached a small clearing where a stone Buddha sat serenely beneath flowering branches, Master Ryoshin began to speak. To understand the teachings of Buddhism, he said, we must first understand the man who discovered them, the one we call the Buddha, which means the awakened one. But he was not always awakened, not always free. He began, as we all do, caught in confusion and seeking a way out of suffering. His name was Siddhartha Gautama, and his story is our story, the universal journey from ignorance to wisdom, from bondage to liberation. Siddhartha was born more than 2,500 years ago in what is now Nepal, Master Ryoshin continued, settling onto a bench and gesturing for Ren to sit beside him. He was a prince, son of a powerful king who ruled a prosperous kingdom. From the moment of his birth, fortune tellers and wise men predicted that he would become either a great ruler or a great spiritual teacher, and his father, desiring a political heir rather than a wandering monk, made a fateful decision. He would shelter his son from all knowledge of suffering, creating a perfect paradise within the palace walls, where Siddhartha would know only pleasure, beauty, youth, and health. And so, the young prince grew up surrounded by luxury, entertainment, music, dancing, and every comfort imaginable. His father built him 3 palaces, one for each season, filled with beautiful gardens, lotus ponds, and everything a young man could desire. Siddhartha married a lovely woman named Yasodhara and eventually had a son. By all conventional measures, his life was perfect, the envy of everyone who heard of it. But perfection built on ignorance is fragile, Master Ryoshin said, his voice taking on a deeper tone. No matter how high the walls or how pleasant the distractions, truth has a way of breaking through. Siddhartha, despite all his father's efforts, began to feel a gnawing dissatisfaction, a sense that something essential was missing from his gilded existence. He became curious about the world beyond the palace, the world his father had worked so hard to hide from him. One day, he convinced his charioteer, a man named Channa, to take him out into the city so he might see how ordinary people lived. And on that journey, everything changed. What Siddhartha encountered that day are called the 4 sights, and they shattered his comfortable illusions like a hammer striking glass. These sights awakened in him the questions that would eventually lead to his enlightenment and to the teachings that now guide millions toward freedom from suffering. The first sight Siddhartha encountered was an elderly person, bent with age, skin wrinkled and spotted, moving slowly with the aid of a staff. The prince had never seen old age before, and he was shocked and disturbed. He asked Channa, "What has happened to this person? Why do they look this way?" And Channa explained that this was the natural course of life, that all who are born grow old if they live long enough, that youth and vigor inevitably give way to the frailty and decline of age. Siddhartha was stunned. "You mean this will happen to me, to my wife, to everyone I know?" "Yes," Channa confirmed. "This is the universal fate. No one escapes it." The second sight followed soon after. A person afflicted with severe illness, lying by the roadside, body racked with pain and disease. Again, Siddhartha asked, and again Channa explained that sickness visits all humans at some point, that these fragile bodies are subject to countless ailments and sufferings, that health is temporary and illness inevitable. The prince's distress deepened as he absorbed this truth. The third sight was the most shocking of all. A funeral procession, a dead body being carried to cremation, mourners weeping and wailing their grief. Siddhartha had been so sheltered that he had never conceived of death, never understood that life ends, that everyone he loved would one day be gone, that he himself would cease to exist in this form. The reality of death crashed over him like a dark wave, and he felt the foundations of his world crumbling. Everything is impermanent, he realized. Everything I cherish will be lost. My youth, my health, my loved ones, my very life, all of it is slipping away moment by moment, and there is nothing I can do to stop it. The joy he had felt in his palace life evaporated, replaced by a profound sense of urgency and existential dread. How can anyone be happy, he wondered? knowing that loss and death are certain? How can we live with such terrible truths hanging over us? But then came the fourth sight, and it changed everything. As Siddhartha sat in his chariot, overwhelmed by the knowledge of suffering, he saw a wandering ascetic, a spiritual seeker who had renounced worldly life in search of deeper truth. This person walked with calm dignity, eyes clear and peaceful, seemingly untouched by the turmoil that now consumed the prince. There was something in the ascetic's demeanor that spoke of freedom, of having found an answer to the very questions that tormented Siddhartha. The prince asked Channa about this person and learned that such seekers dedicate their lives to understanding the nature of existence, to finding liberation from suffering through wisdom and spiritual practice. In that moment, Siddhartha felt a spark of hope kindle in his heart. Perhaps, he thought, there is a way out of this trap of birth, aging, sickness, and death. Perhaps there is a truth that can set us free. That night, Siddhartha made a decision that would alter the course of human spiritual history. He could not return to his comfortable ignorance, could not pretend that the suffering he had witnessed did not exist. The questions burned too brightly in his mind and heart, and so, in the deep hours before dawn, he took one last look at his sleeping wife and infant son, feeling the pull of love and duty warring with his desperate need to find answers that might ultimately benefit not just himself, but all beings. With quiet resolve, he left the palace, trading his royal robes for simple cloth, cutting his long hair, and setting out alone into the world as a wandering seeker. He was 29 years old, and he would spend the next 6 years pursuing every spiritual practice and teacher he could find, searching with fierce determination for the key to liberation. His father's kingdom, his family, his wealth, all of it he left behind, because he understood that no amount of external comfort could address the fundamental problem of human suffering, and that only direct insight into the nature of reality itself could bring true and lasting peace. Master Ryoshin paused in his narration, allowing the story to settle into Ren's awareness. The young seeker sat very still, his eyes distant, clearly moved by the tale. Finally, Ren spoke. "I understand why he left," he said softly. "I feel that same dissatisfaction, that sense that ordinary life, no matter how pleasant, cannot satisfy the deepest longing of the heart. We are all like Siddhartha before his journey, are we not? Living in our own palaces of distraction, avoiding the truths we know but do not wish to face." Master Ryoshin nodded with approval. "Yes," he said, "the Buddha's journey is everyone's journey. We all must eventually confront aging, sickness, and death. We all experience the suffering that comes from clinging to what cannot last. And we all have the capacity to awaken, to find the freedom that Siddhartha found. That is why his story matters, why it has been told and retold for over 2 millennia. It is not ancient history, but present possibility, the map that shows us the way home." As they rose from the bench and continued their walk through the garden, Ren felt a new sense of connection to the teachings he was about to receive. The Buddha was not some distant deity or mythical figure, but a human being who had faced the same existential challenges that Ren himself faced, who had felt the same confusion and pain, and who had dared to seek a solution with wholehearted commitment. If Siddhartha could awaken, Ren thought, then perhaps I can too. Perhaps the freedom he found is not reserved for special people, but available to anyone willing to walk the path with sincerity and courage. The morning sun climbed higher, filtering through leaves and painting patterns of light and shadow on the forest path. Somewhere in the distance, a bell rang, calling monks to their next period of practice, and Ren walked on beside his teacher, eager now to learn what the Buddha had discovered in his 6 years of seeking. eager to understand the truths that had transformed a troubled prince into an awakened being, whose teachings would illuminate the world for countless generations to come. Master Ryoshin glanced at his student and saw the readiness there, the openness that makes true learning possible. "Tomorrow," he said, "I will tell you what Siddhartha discovered under the Bodhi tree, the four noble truths that form the foundation of all Buddhist teaching. But today, let his story work within you. Contemplate the four sights he witnessed and recognize them in your own life. See the impermanence all around you, the way everything changes and passes away. Feel the urgency this recognition brings, and let it motivate your practice." The Buddha taught that life is rare and precious, that we should not waste this opportunity for awakening in frivolous pursuits or comfortable numbness. "You have already shown courage by coming here, by choosing the path of wisdom over the path of distraction. Now we will walk this path together, step by step, teaching by teaching, until you too can sit beneath your own Bodhi tree and know the truth that sets all beings free." The Four Noble Truths revealed, the foundation of Buddhism. The next morning arrived clear and cold, with frost painting delicate patterns on the monastery's stone paths, and breath visible in the crisp mountain air. Ren woke before dawn to the sound of the temple bell, its deep resonance calling all residents to morning meditation. He dressed quickly in the simple robes provided to him and made his way to the meditation hall, where dozens of monks already sat in perfect stillness, their forms like statues carved from shadow and candlelight. He found a cushion near the back and settled into a cross-legged position, closing his eyes and trying to follow his breath as he had been instructed. But his mind was restless, filled with thoughts of the Buddha's story, questions about what he would learn today, and a persistent ache in his lower back that demanded attention. Still, he sat, returning again and again to the sensation of breathing, and gradually the turbulence began to settle, like mud sinking to the bottom of a jar of water, leaving clarity above. After meditation and a silent breakfast, Master Ryoshin found Ren and gestured for him to follow. They walked not into the forest garden this time, but to a different area of the monastery grounds, a contemplation garden designed with exquisite simplicity, raked gravel representing water, carefully placed stones suggesting islands or mountains, a few precisely pruned trees offering shade and beauty. The master and student sat on a wooden platform overlooking this miniature landscape, and for several minutes they simply breathed and observed. Then Master Ryoshin began to speak, his voice measured and clear. "Today, I will share with you the heart of the Buddha's teaching, the discovery he made after 6 years of intense seeking and practice. These are called the Four Noble Truths, and they are noble not because they come from royalty, but because they are truths that ennoble those who understand them, truths that lead to freedom and awakening. Everything else the Buddha taught flows from these four insights, so listen carefully and let them penetrate not just your mind, but your very bones." The first noble truth, Master Ryoshin continued, is the truth of suffering, or in the original language, dukkha. The Buddha observed that life, as we ordinarily experience it, is characterized by suffering, dissatisfaction, and a fundamental unreliability. This does not mean that life contains no joy or pleasure, for clearly it does. But even our pleasures are tinged with suffering because they are impermanent, because we fear losing them, because they never quite satisfy us as deeply or as lastingly as we hope. Birth is suffering, because it sets in motion all the vulnerabilities of existence. Aging is suffering, as the body gradually fails and capacities diminish. Sickness is suffering, as pain and disability disturb our peace. Death is suffering, both for the one dying and for those left behind. Being separated from what we love is suffering. Being forced to encounter what we hate or fear is suffering. Not getting what we want is suffering. And even getting what we want is suffering when we realize it cannot last or does not fulfill us as we imagined. Ren listened intently, recognizing these truths in his own experience. He thought of times when joy had turned to sorrow, when excitement had faded to boredom, when love had curdled into loss. He nodded slowly, and Master Ryoshin, seeing his student's recognition, continued. The Buddha was not being pessimistic when he taught this truth, the Master said. He was being realistic, honest, clear-eyed about the actual conditions of human existence. Many people resist this teaching because they find it depressing or negative. But consider this. A doctor cannot heal a patient without first accurately diagnosing the illness. If we deny the problem, we cannot find the solution. The Buddha was like a physician of the soul, and his first act was to name the disease clearly so that treatment could begin. Dukkha is not just physical or emotional pain, it is the pervasive sense of unsatisfactoriness that haunts even our happiest moments, the background hum of anxiety and incompleteness that colors all conditioned existence. To acknowledge this is not to give up on life, but to see it truthfully, which is the essential first step toward transformation. The second noble truth, the Master went on, is the truth of the origin of suffering. Having identified the disease, the Buddha then asked, what causes it? What is the root of dukkha? And he discovered that suffering arises from tanha, which is often translated as craving, thirst, or clinging. We suffer because we constantly grasp after pleasant experiences, trying to hold on to them forever, and we push away unpleasant experiences, trying to make them disappear. We crave sensory pleasures, delicious food, beautiful sights, pleasant sounds, comfortable sensations. We crave existence itself, wanting to be someone important, to have our lives mean something, to be recognized and remembered. And paradoxically, we sometimes crave non-existence, wishing to escape, to be free of responsibility, even to die when suffering becomes overwhelming. All this craving, this incessant wanting and not wanting, is like fuel that keeps the fire of suffering burning. The problem is not desire itself, but the way we relate to desire with grasping, with attachment, with the belief that if we can just arrange circumstances perfectly, we will finally be satisfied and secure. Master Ryoshin picked up a small stone from beside the platform and held it in his palm. Imagine, he said, that you love this stone and decide it is the most important thing in the world. You grip it tightly, afraid to lose it. Your hand begins to cramp and ache, but you dare not loosen your grip. You cannot use your hand for anything else because it is occupied with holding. This is what we do with everything we cherish: relationships, possessions, identities, beliefs. We grip them so tightly that we create our own suffering. And when they inevitably change or disappear, as all things must, we experience the pain of loss. The Buddha saw that this clinging is rooted in a fundamental misunderstanding of reality. We act as though things were permanent when they are not, as though we could find lasting satisfaction in impermanent phenomena, as though happiness could be achieved by controlling and manipulating the external world. This misunderstanding, this ignorance of how things actually are, is the deepest root of craving, and therefore of suffering itself. But here is where the teaching becomes truly liberating, Master Ryoshin said, and his voice took on a quality of joy and lightness. The third noble truth is the truth of the cessation of suffering. The Buddha discovered that suffering can end, that there is a state of complete freedom, peace, and fulfillment that is not dependent on external conditions. This state is called nirvana, which literally means the blowing out or extinguishing of the fires of greed, hatred, and delusion. When craving ceases, suffering ceases. When we stop grasping and pushing away, when we learn to meet reality as it is rather than as we wish it to be, a profound peace arises. This is not a peace that depends on everything going our way, but a peace that remains steady regardless of circumstances. It is not numbness or indifference, but a vibrant, awake, deeply contented way of being. The Buddha himself experienced this liberation under the Bodhi tree, and he spent the remaining 45 years of his life teaching others how they too could reach this freedom. Ren felt a surge of hope at these words. So it is truly possible, he asked, to be free from suffering, not just to reduce it or manage it, but to actually end it. Master Ryoshin smiled. Yes, he said, that is the Buddha's promise, and it is not based on faith, but on direct experience. Countless beings over the centuries have walked this path and attained liberation, from monks and nuns to lay people, from young to old, from all backgrounds and cultures. The freedom they found is the same freedom available to you, right now, in this very life. But it requires something from you: sincere effort, consistent practice, willingness to see and release your attachments, courage to face what you have been avoiding. Liberation is not a gift bestowed from outside, but a natural result of understanding how your own mind creates suffering and learning to live in alignment with truth rather than illusion. This brings us to the fourth noble truth, which is the practical heart of the Buddha's teaching. The fourth noble truth, Master Ryoshin said, is the truth of the path leading to the cessation of suffering. The Buddha did not just diagnose the problem and point to a cure. He provided detailed instructions for treatment. He taught what is called the Noble Eightfold Path, a set of 8 interconnected practices that together lead to awakening. These 8 elements are not steps to be followed in sequence, but aspects of a whole way of life, like 8 spokes supporting a wheel. They are right view, right intention, right speech, right action, right livelihood, right effort, right mindfulness, and right concentration. Right here does not mean correct as opposed to incorrect in some rigid moral sense, but rather aligned with truth, conducive to awakening, wise and skillful. Each of these 8 practices supports the others, and together they form a complete path from suffering to liberation, from confusion to clarity, from bondage to freedom. In our sessions to come, we will explore each element in depth, but for now, know this: the path exists, it has been walked successfully by many, and it is available to you. As the sun climbed higher and warmed the contemplation garden, Ren sat quietly, with the 4 noble truths settling into his understanding. They seemed so simple, almost obvious, yet he sensed depths he had not yet plumbed. Suffering exists. Suffering has a cause. Suffering can end. There is a path to ending suffering. 4 statements that contain the entire arc of Buddhist teaching, from diagnosis through cure. He looked at Master Ryoshin and bowed deeply. "Thank you," he said. "These truths feel like a key, turning in a lock I did not know existed. I see my own life in them. The restlessness, the constant wanting, the brief satisfactions that never last, the underlying anxiety I have carried for so long. And now, for the first time, I feel genuine hope that things can be different, that I can be free." The master placed a hand on Ren's shoulder. "Your seeing is clear," he said. "Now we must work together to transform seeing into being, understanding into realization. The path awaits, and we walk it together, one mindful step at a time. The two sat together in companionable silence as the morning unfolded around them. Somewhere in the monastery, monks chanted sutras in rhythmic harmony. Birds sang in the trees, and wind chimes created soft music in the breeze. The stone garden before them, with its raked gravel and carefully placed rocks, seemed to embody the very teachings they had been discussing: simplicity, impermanence, the beauty that arises when we stop cluttering life with unnecessary complications. Ren felt a deep gratitude rising in him, gratitude for this place, for this teacher, for the Buddha who had walked this path so long ago and left these teachings like a lamp illuminating the way. He knew that challenging work lay ahead, that understanding intellectually was not the same as realizing in the depths of one's being, that old habits of craving and clinging would not disappear overnight. But he also knew that he had found what he had been seeking without knowing, a genuine path to freedom, tested by centuries and proven by countless awakened lives. With the Four Noble Truths as his foundation, he was ready to continue learning, ready to walk the Eightfold Path, ready to discover for himself the liberation that the Buddha promised to all who sincerely practice. And as Master Ryoshin rose and they prepared to return to the rhythm of monastery life, Ren carried with him a feeling of lightness, as though a heavy burden he had not known he was carrying had been gently set down, leaving him freer and more at ease than he had felt in years. Understanding suffering's many faces, the nature of dukkha. In the days that followed his introduction to the Four Noble Truths, Ren began to observe monastery life with new awareness, as though a veil had been lifted from his eyes, and he could see more clearly the patterns that had always been present, but previously unnoticed. Master Ryoshin had given him a simple instruction: watch your own mind and the world around you, and notice where suffering arises, in what forms it appears, and how it feels in your body and heart. This practice of observation, the master explained, was not meant to make Ren more miserable or pessimistic, but rather to develop the clear seeing that is the foundation of all wisdom. You cannot transform what you do not see, Ryoshin had said, and so Ren watched, paying attention to the subtle movements of his inner life and the interactions he witnessed among the monks and in the natural world. What he discovered surprised him, for suffering appeared in far more varieties and in far more places than he had initially imagined, woven through the fabric of existence in ways both obvious and hidden. The most apparent form of suffering, Ren quickly recognized, was physical pain and discomfort. During long meditation sessions, his knees ached and his back protested the unfamiliar posture. When he joined the monks in their daily work, maintaining the monastery grounds, his muscles burned and his hands developed blisters. These sensations were undeniably unpleasant, and his immediate response was always the same: resistance, wishing the pain would stop, counting the minutes until he could move or rest. But Master Ryoshin taught him to observe even this resistance, to notice how the mental rejection of pain often created more suffering than the physical sensation itself. The pain is just sensation, the master explained. It is your mind's story about the pain, your fear that it will continue forever or worsen, your anger at the situation that amplifies a simple physical experience into genuine suffering. This insight fascinated Ren, and he began experimenting with simply feeling pain without adding layers of mental commentary, finding to his surprise that the experience became more tolerable, less overwhelming when he stopped fighting it. But physical pain was only the most obvious face of dukkha. Ren soon noticed emotional suffering arising frequently, often triggered by seemingly small events. When he performed a task poorly and received gentle correction from a senior monk, he felt the burn of shame and inadequacy. When another new student arrived at the monastery and seemed to grasp the teachings more quickly than Ren. Jealousy arose like bitter smoke in his chest. When he thought of his family in the village, whom he missed deeply, loneliness wrapped around him like a heavy cloak. When he made a mistake during the formal tea ceremony and disrupted the graceful flow of the ritual, embarrassment flooded through him so intensely he wanted to disappear. All these emotional pains, he realized, were forms of suffering just as real as any physical hurt, and they arose constantly throughout each day. Small waves of discomfort that he had previously barely acknowledged, but that now stood revealed in stark clarity. Master Ryoshin nodded when Ren shared these observations. Yes, he said, the heart suffers as much as the body, perhaps more. Emotional pain is dukkha too, and learning to work skillfully with it is essential to freedom. Even more subtle was a form of suffering that Master Ryoshin called the suffering of change. One evening, Ren sat in the monastery garden watching a particularly beautiful sunset, the sky ablaze with colors so vivid they seemed almost unreal, golds and crimsons and purples layering across the horizon. He felt a deep joy rising in his chest, a sense of perfect peace and contentment. But then, as he watched, the colors began to fade, the sun sinking lower until the brilliance dimmed to grey twilight, and then to darkness. And with the fading of the sunset, his joy faded too, replaced by a vague melancholy, a sense of loss. The beauty had been so perfect, and now it was gone, and he would never see exactly that sunset again. Master Ryoshin, who had been sitting nearby, spoke quietly. "This too is dukkha," he said. "Not the pain of an injury or the sting of an insult, but the bittersweet ache that comes from knowing that all pleasant experiences are temporary. We enjoy something, and immediately we begin to fear its loss or to grasp at it, trying to make it stay. And this grasping itself is a form of suffering. Even happiness contains within it the seed of unhappiness, because we know it cannot last." Ren contemplated this teaching over the following days, noticing how true it was in his experience. When he ate a delicious meal, the pleasure peaked and then gradually diminished with each bite, until even the most wonderful food became neutral, or even unpleasant if he continued eating past satiation. When he had a deeply satisfying conversation with another student, the connection felt precious and alive. But then the conversation ended, and they went their separate ways, and he felt the absence like a small ache. When spring brought warm weather after the cold mountain winter, he rejoiced in the sunshine and blooming flowers. But even in the midst of that joy, he knew that summer would turn to autumn and then to winter again, and that this particular spring, these particular blossoms, would never return. Nothing remained the same. Everything good passed away, and this constant change meant that even pleasure was unreliable, unable to provide the lasting satisfaction and security his heart craved. This was perhaps the most subtle and pervasive form of suffering, he realized, this fundamental dissatisfaction that colored even life's most beautiful moments. Master Ryoshin introduced Ren to yet another dimension of dukkha, which he called the suffering of existence itself, or existential suffering. This was the deep background anxiety that comes simply from being alive in a vulnerable body, in an uncertain world, without ultimate control over what happens. It was the fear that lurked beneath the surface of daily life. Fear of illness, of loss, of failure, of death, of meaninglessness. Even when nothing was actively going wrong, Ren noticed a low-grade tension in his body and mind, a vigilance, a sense that he needed to be on guard because danger might strike at any moment. This anxiety was exhausting, he realized, a constant drain on his energy and peace. And it was not irrational, for life truly was uncertain, and loss truly was inevitable. The problem, Master Ryoshin explained, was not that fear itself was wrong, but that living in constant anxious anticipation of future suffering created present suffering, layering pain upon pain. We suffer from what is, and we suffer from what we fear might be, and we suffer from remembering what was. Past, present, and future all become sources of dukkha when we do not understand their nature. One afternoon, as Ren helped in the monastery kitchen preparing vegetables for the evening meal, he watched the cook, an elderly monk named Jin, who had lived at the monastery for over 40 years. Jin worked with complete focus and evident contentment, his weathered hands moving skillfully with the knife, his face peaceful. Ren wondered how this monk, who surely experienced physical pain from his aging body, who had lost loved ones to death, who faced the same impermanence and uncertainty as everyone else, could seem so genuinely at ease. During a break, Ren asked him. Jin smiled and sat down beside the younger man. "I am not free from dukkha," he said. "My knees hurt. I get tired. I feel sad sometimes when I remember friends who have passed on. But I no longer add extra suffering on top of the unavoidable pain of life. I do not resist what is. I do not crave what is not. I do not build stories about how terrible everything is, or how it should be different. The pain comes and goes like weather, and I remain steady like the mountain that experiences all seasons, but is not destroyed by any of them. This is what the practice offers, not the elimination of all discomfort, but freedom from the extra layers of suffering we create through ignorance, craving, and aversion." Jin's words struck Ren deeply, and he brought them to Master Ryoshin during their next teaching session. The master was pleased. "Jin speaks from experience," he said. "This is the crucial distinction the Buddha taught. There is pain that is part of life, the inevitable challenges of embodied existence, and then there is suffering that we add through our relationship to that pain. When you cut your finger, there is pain that is natural. But when you cut your finger and then spend hours angry that you were careless, anxious about infection, worried about how it will affect your work, that is additional suffering that you create." The First Noble Truth asks us to see both kinds clearly, and the rest of the Buddha's teaching shows us how to eliminate the suffering we create while relating wisely to the pain we cannot avoid. This is true freedom, not escape from life's difficulties, but the ability to meet them with equanimity, wisdom, and even compassion for ourselves and others who also struggle. Ren spent the following week engaged in what Master Ryoshin called suffering contemplation, deliberately bringing awareness to every instance of dukkha he encountered, from the minor irritation of an itchy nose during meditation to the deep existential loneliness he sometimes felt late at night. He kept a mental catalogue of suffering's faces: physical pain, emotional distress, the anxiety of uncertainty, the sadness of change, the frustration of thwarted desires, the fear of loss, the boredom of monotony, the agitation of overstimulation, the grief of separation, the disappointment of unmet expectations. The list grew longer each day, and initially this made him feel somewhat discouraged, as though he were discovering that life was even more difficult than he had thought. But gradually, something shifted. The more clearly he saw suffering, the less he was caught by it. By naming it, observing it, understanding its patterns, he found he could hold it more lightly, with less identification and resistance. And paradoxically, this clear seeing of suffering's pervasiveness also made him more appreciative of the moments of ease and joy that punctuated his days, made him more compassionate toward other beings who also struggled, made him more motivated to practice the path that led toward freedom. One evening, as cherry blossoms began to fall from the monastery's ancient trees, creating drifts of pale pink petals on the ground, Ren sat with Master Ryoshin watching the gentle cascade. The master spoke softly. "You are beginning to understand," he said. "Dukkha is not something to be feared or avoided by pretending it does not exist. It is simply the truth of conditioned existence, the reality we must work with." The Buddha did not teach about suffering to make people depressed, but to make them wise. By understanding suffering in all its forms, we become motivated to find the way beyond it. And by seeing suffering clearly in ourselves, we develop compassion for all beings caught in the same trap. This clear seeing, this willingness to look honestly at what is difficult, is the beginning of the path to liberation. You have taken an important step, and many more await you. But know this: every moment of practice, every instance of bringing awareness to suffering rather than being lost in it, weakens the bonds that keep you trapped and strengthens the wings that will carry you to freedom. The chains of desire. Exploring craving and attachment. Several days later, Master Ryoshin invited Ren to join him by the monastery's koi pond, a tranquil space where large golden and white fish glided through clear water, occasionally rising to the surface to create gentle ripples. The two sat on flat stones at the water's edge, and the master scattered a handful of food pellets onto the pond. Immediately, the koi surged toward the food, their previous calm replaced by frenzied activity, mouths opening and closing, bodies pushing against each other in their eagerness to consume. Within moments, the food was gone, and the fish returned to their leisurely swimming, though several continued searching the surface hopefully for more. Master Ryoshin turned to Ren with a slight smile. "Watch your mind now," he said. "Do you notice any wanting arising? Any desire for something that is not present in this moment?" Ren paused, bringing awareness inward, and immediately recognized a swirl of small desires. He wanted a cushion because the stone was hard. He wanted tea because he was thirsty. He wanted Master Ryoshin to continue teaching because he feared missing some important wisdom. He wanted the afternoon to last because it was pleasant. And beneath all of these, a vague wanting for something undefined, a restlessness that whispered more, different, better. Master Ryoshin nodded, recognizing the awareness in Ren's face. "This is tanha," he said, using the Pali word for craving. "It moves through the mind constantly, like these fish moving through water, always seeking, always reaching, never quite satisfied." The second noble truth teaches that this craving is the root cause of our suffering, the fuel that keeps the fire of dukkha burning. To understand freedom, we must understand craving in all its subtlety, for it is far more pervasive and far more clever than most people realize. It is not just the obvious addictions or intense desires, but a fundamental orientation of the mind that constantly leans toward what is pleasant, pushes away what is unpleasant, and ignores what is neutral. This leaning, this pushing, this ignoring happens so quickly and so automatically that we usually do not even notice it, yet it colors every moment of our experience and shapes our entire relationship with life. The Buddha taught about 3 primary types of craving, Master Ryoshin continued, and it is important to understand each one clearly. The first and most obvious is craving for sensory pleasure, called kama tanha. This is the desire for pleasant sights, sounds, smells, tastes, and physical sensations. We want delicious food, beautiful music, attractive sights, pleasant aromas, comfortable temperatures, agreeable physical touch. There is nothing inherently wrong with enjoying these things when they arise naturally, but craving transforms simple enjoyment into a desperate hunt for pleasure, a belief that if we can just accumulate enough pleasant experiences, we will finally be happy and satisfied. Watch a child with candy, and you will see this craving clearly. One piece is enjoyed, but immediately the child wants another and another, and if the candy is taken away, distress arises. We are all like that child, constantly seeking the next pleasant experience, and then the next, building our entire lives around the pursuit of pleasure and the avoidance of pain, yet never finding the lasting satisfaction we seek, because pleasure by its nature is temporary and fades quickly. Ren recognized this pattern immediately in his own life. Before coming to the monastery, much of his energy had gone into seeking comfort and pleasure. Good food, entertainment, physical ease, social approval, interesting experiences. And while these things brought momentary happiness, the satisfaction never lasted, and soon he was seeking the next thing, and the next, like someone drinking salt water to quench thirst, each drink only increasing the craving. Even here in the monastery, he noticed this tendency. When the kitchen served a particularly tasty soup, he wanted more of it. When he experienced a few moments of peace during meditation, he immediately wanted to recapture that feeling. When he received praise from a teacher, he craved more praise. The craving was endless, insatiable, always promising fulfillment, but never quite delivering. Master Ryoshun saw Ren's recognition and continued. This craving for sensory pleasure is relatively easy to see once we bring awareness to it, but the other two types of craving are more subtle and often more powerful in their effect on our lives. The second type of craving, the master explained, is called bhava tanha, which means craving for existence, for becoming, for being something. This is the desire to be important, successful, recognized, loved, admired. It is the craving to have our lives mean something, to make a mark on the world, to be remembered, to matter. It drives ambition, competition, the accumulation of achievements and status. It makes us build elaborate identities and defend them fiercely. I am a successful person. I am intelligent. I am kind. I am a Buddhist. I am a seeker of truth. All these self-concepts arise from the craving to be something, to exist as a substantial, important, permanent entity. This craving is deeply rooted in the fear of insignificance, the terror of being nobody, of not mattering, of being forgotten. And so we work endlessly to construct and maintain a self that feels solid and valuable, never noticing that this very project is the source of tremendous suffering, because the self we are trying to build and protect is ultimately empty and impermanent, and defending it requires constant vigilance and effort. Ren felt something shift uncomfortably inside him as he listened to this teaching. He had not fully recognized this form of craving before, but now it was impossible to miss. His entire life before the monastery had been shaped by the need to be someone: a good son, a capable worker, a respected member of his community. And even here, even on a spiritual path supposedly about letting go of ego, he noticed the same pattern operating. He wanted to be a good student, to understand the teachings faster than others, to be praised by Master Ryoshun, to become enlightened so he could think of himself as an awakened person. The craving to become, to be, to exist as something special and significant was woven through everything he did, and he could see now how much anxiety this created, how much fear of failure, how much comparison with others, how exhausting it was to constantly maintain and defend an image of himself. Master Ryoshun watched this realization dawn on Ren's face and spoke gently. "Do not judge yourself harshly for this," he said. "This craving affects everyone, and seeing it clearly is the first step toward freedom from it." The project of building and defending a self-image consumes tremendous energy that could be used for more important things, and it makes us vulnerable to suffering every time someone or something threatens our carefully constructed identity. The third type of craving, Master Ryoshun said, is perhaps the strangest and most paradoxical. It is called vibhava tanha, craving for non-existence, for annihilation, for escape. This is the desire to not be, to be free from the burden of existence, to disappear. It arises most strongly when life feels overwhelmingly difficult, when we are exhausted by the constant effort of existing, when the pain of being seems greater than we can bear. In its extreme form, it can manifest as suicidal thoughts, the wish to simply end consciousness and be done with the struggle. But it also appears in milder forms that most people experience: the desire to escape through sleep, through intoxication, through numbing activities that allow us to check out and not be fully present, through fantasies of running away or starting over, through spiritual bypassing, where we use meditation or practice as an escape from life, rather than as a way to engage with it more fully. This craving for non-existence is really just the flip side of the craving for existence, both arising from the same root of not being at peace with what is. Ren thought about the times he had felt this desire to escape, to not be present with his experience. When he had felt overwhelmed by stress in his old life, he had sometimes drunk wine until he could barely think, welcomed the oblivion it brought. When he faced situations he did not want to deal with, he had retreated into sleep or distraction. Even in meditation, he sometimes secretly hoped to disappear into some blissful void where he would not have to think or feel or make any effort. This craving for non-existence, he now understood, was not a solution to suffering, but another expression of it, another way of fighting against reality as it is. Master Ryoshin nodded. All three types of craving are attempts to control our experience, to make it other than it is. We crave pleasure to make life more enjoyable. We crave existence to make ourselves matter. We crave non-existence to escape when the first two strategies fail. But all craving, regardless of its specific form, is rooted in the belief that things should be different than they are. And this belief is itself a form of suffering. The more we crave, the more we suffer, because craving can never be fully satisfied, and because it puts us in opposition to reality itself. The master picked up a smooth pebble from beside the pond and placed it in Ren's palm. "Hold this lightly," he said. Ren held the stone with a loose grip. "Now imagine that this stone is the most precious thing in the world to you, that your entire happiness depends on keeping it. Hold it that way." Ren closed his fist tightly around the stone, his hand tensing. "How does that feel?" Master Ryoshin asked. "Uncomfortable," Ren replied. "My hand is tight, it already aches a bit, and I feel anxious that someone might try to take it from me." The master smiled. "That is attachment, the grip that craving creates. Now open your hand but keep the palm up, so the stone rests there but is not grasped." Ren did so. "This is appreciation without attachment," Master Ryoshin said. "You can enjoy the stone, you can care for it, but you are not suffering because you are not gripping it with the fear of loss. And if it rolls off your palm, you can let it go without anguish." This is the difference between enjoyment and craving, between engaging with life and grasping at it. Over the following days, Ren practiced noticing craving in all its forms. He watched it arise when he smelled food cooking and wanted to eat before mealtime. He watched it arise when another student received individual attention from a teacher, and he felt envious, wanting that attention for himself. He watched it arise when meditation was difficult, and he wanted to escape into sleep or fantasy. He watched it arise as attachment to his own ideas during dharma discussions, defending his views because he was identified with them. And he noticed how each instance of craving, even small ones, created a tiny contraction, a tension, a sense of incompleteness. The mind in the grip of craving was never at rest, never satisfied, always reaching for something else. But he also began to notice the opposite. moments when craving was absent, when he was simply present with what was without wanting it to be different. In those moments, there was a natural ease, a spontaneous contentment, a sense of enoughness that required no external conditions. These moments were brief at first, but they showed him what freedom might taste like, and they confirmed the Buddha's teaching that the cessation of craving leads to the cessation of suffering. One evening, as cherry blossoms continued their slow descent around the monastery, Ren sat again with Master Ryoshin by the koi pond. The teacher spoke quietly. "You are beginning to see the chains that have bound you," he said. "This seeing is itself a form of freedom, for what is clearly seen cannot hold you as tightly as what operates in darkness. Craving is not your enemy. It is simply a pattern of mind born from misunderstanding, and it can be transformed through wisdom and practice. As you continue to observe it without judgment, simply noting, here is wanting, here is aversion, here is grasping, the pattern will gradually lose its power over you. You will learn to enjoy life's pleasures without clinging to them, to engage with life's challenges without being overwhelmed by them, to exist in this world without needing to be someone special, and to face difficulties without craving escape. This is the middle way the Buddha taught, neither indulging every desire nor suppressing all want, but relating to the movements of mind with wisdom and equanimity. The path ahead requires patience and consistent practice, but every moment of clear seeing weakens the chains a little more, until one day you will discover that you are free, not because circumstances are perfect, but because you are no longer bound by craving and aversion, no longer at war with life as it is. The promise of nirvana, liberation from suffering. The monastery entered a period of intensive practice, with longer meditation sessions and extended periods of silence, as the community prepared for an annual retreat commemorating the Buddha's enlightenment. During this time, Ren noticed a deepening in his own practice, a growing capacity to remain present with his experience without being swept away by every thought and emotion. The teachings on suffering and craving had given him new eyes, and he found himself observing the patterns of his mind with increasing clarity and decreasing judgment. Yet questions remained, burning quietly in his heart like embers that refused to extinguish. If life is suffering and craving is its cause, what is the point of it all? Is the best we can hope for simply reducing our misery? Is Buddhism essentially a philosophy of resignation, of lowering our expectations until we are numb to life's disappointments? These questions troubled him, because they seemed to cast a grey shadow over the teachings he had been finding so helpful, and he knew he needed to understand the fuller picture before he could commit himself completely to this path. Master Ryoshin seemed to sense Ren's inner struggle. For one morning after meditation, he invited the young seeker to walk with him to a special place on the monastery grounds that Ren had not yet visited. They climbed a narrow path behind the main temple, ascending through pine groves where morning sunlight slanted through branches in golden shafts until they reached a small clearing at the mountain's edge. Here, the view opened spectacularly, revealing valley after valley stretching into the distance, layered in shades of blue and green and grey, with rivers glinting like silver threads and morning mist still clinging to low places. The vastness and beauty of the vista struck Ren silent, and for several minutes he simply stood and breathed, feeling something large and nameless opening in his chest. Finally, Master Ryoshin spoke, his voice carrying both warmth and a quiet joy. "This is why we practice," he said. "Not to diminish our experience of life, but to expand it. Not to become less, but to become more." The Buddha did not teach a philosophy of pessimism or resignation, but of liberation, of freedom so complete and joy so profound that ordinary pleasures pale in comparison. This freedom has a name, nirvana, and it is the promise at the heart of Buddhism, the third noble truth that transforms everything. Ren turned to his teacher, eager to understand. "What is nirvana exactly?" he asked. "I have heard the word, but I do not fully grasp what it means. Is it a place we go after death? A state of trance we enter during meditation?" Master Ryoshin settled onto a flat rock and gestured for Ren to sit beside him. "Nirvana," he said, "is one of the most misunderstood concepts in Buddhism, partly because it describes an experience beyond ordinary conceptual understanding, and partly because people project their own hopes and fears onto it. The word literally means extinguishing or blowing out, like the flame of a candle being blown out. But what is being extinguished is not consciousness or existence itself, but rather the fires of greed, hatred, and delusion that burn in the unawakened mind. It is the cessation of craving and clinging, the complete release of attachment and aversion, the end of the confused belief in a separate, permanent self that needs defending. When these fires are extinguished, what remains is not emptiness in the sense of vacancy, but a profound peace, clarity, and freedom that is the mind's natural state when it is no longer disturbed by ignorance and craving. Master Ryoshin continued, his voice taking on a quality that suggested he spoke from direct knowledge rather than mere intellectual understanding. Nirvana is not a place you go to or a state you enter temporarily and then leave. It is the unconditioned reality that is always present but obscured by the conditioned activities of the grasping mind. Imagine that your mind is like the sky, and your thoughts, emotions, desires, and fears are like clouds passing through it. The clouds can be thick enough to completely obscure the sky, making it seem as though only clouds exist. But the sky itself is always there, vast and clear and unchanging, whether or not clouds are present. Nirvana is like recognizing yourself as the sky rather than as the clouds, recognizing the awareness that contains all experience rather than identifying with the experiences themselves. When this recognition becomes complete and stable, when the clouds no longer have the power to obscure the sky, when the mind no longer contracts around craving and aversion, that is nirvana. It is not something created or achieved, but something realized, uncovered, recognized as having always been your true nature. "But does this mean you lose yourself?" Ren asked hesitantly. "That you become some kind of emotionless void? I have heard people suggest that enlightenment means no longer feeling anything, no longer caring about anything, and that sounds more like death than freedom." Master Ryoshin laughed, a sound of genuine delight. No, he said. "That is one of the great misconceptions about nirvana. Liberation does not mean the end of feeling or caring, but the end of suffering. The Buddha, after his enlightenment, did not become a stone or a vegetable. He felt joy, compassion, interest, concern, even physical sensations of pleasure and pain. But he was no longer enslaved by these experiences, no longer lost in identification with them, no longer adding the extra layers of suffering that come from craving and aversion. He experienced life fully, perhaps more fully than unawakened beings do, because his experience was not filtered through the distorting lens of ego and fear. He felt compassion without the suffering of being overwhelmed by others' pain. He felt joy without the anxiety of losing it. He engaged with the world tirelessly for 45 years after his enlightenment, teaching and helping others, which he would not have done if nirvana meant complete detachment or indifference. Master Ryoshin gazed out over the valleys below and spoke with quiet intensity. "Let me try to convey what nirvana is like, though words can only point toward it, never fully capture it. Imagine living without fear, not because nothing threatening ever happens, but because you are no longer identified with the entity you were trying so hard to protect. Imagine experiencing pleasure without grasping at it, without the desperation to make it last, simply enjoying it while it is present and releasing it naturally when it fades. Imagine feeling pain, physical or emotional, without the panic and resistance that usually accompany it, meeting it with equanimity and appropriate response, but without being overwhelmed or diminished by it. Imagine loving others deeply, but without the suffocating neediness that so often accompanies love, without the jealousy and possessiveness and fear of loss. Imagine being fully present in each moment because you are not carrying the weight of past regrets or future anxieties, not constantly comparing this moment to other moments or to how you wish it were. Imagine a profound peace that does not depend on circumstances being a particular way, that remains stable whether you are praised or criticized, comfortable or uncomfortable, succeeding or failing. Ren listened with his whole being, and something in Master Ryoshin's words rang true in a way that transcended intellectual understanding. It was as though the teacher was describing something that Ren had always known but forgotten. Something he had perhaps glimpsed in rare moments of his life when self-consciousness dropped away and he felt simply alive, present, connected to everything. He remembered a day in his childhood when he had lain in a meadow watching clouds drift overhead, and for a timeless interval there had been no separation between him and the sky, no worries, no wanting, just a vast okayness with everything. That moment had lasted perhaps only seconds before his ordinary mind reasserted itself. But the memory of it had stayed with him, a whisper that there was a way of being that was freer and more peaceful than his usual anxious striving. Was that a taste of what Master Ryoshin was describing? Was nirvana simply living in that state not momentarily, but as one's natural condition? The Master seemed to read Ren's thought. "Yes," he said gently. "You have touched it, as most people have in brief moments throughout their lives. Nirvana is not as foreign or distant as you might think. Every time you are fully present and at ease, without craving or aversion disturbing your mind, you taste liberation. The difference between these brief glimpses and full awakening is that for the Buddha and others who have realized complete liberation, this peace and freedom are not occasional visitors, but permanent residents. The fires have been fully extinguished, the chains fully broken, the confusion fully dispelled. And this is possible, Ren. It is not reserved for special people or past masters. It is your birthright as a human being, the potential that lies within you right now, covered only by layers of ignorance and habit that can be removed through practice and understanding. This is the great promise of the Buddha's teaching. Suffering can end completely and permanently in this very life, and what remains when suffering ends is not blank nothingness, but a vibrant, compassionate, joyful engagement with life, free from the distortions of ego and fear. Ren felt tears spring to his eyes, though he could not have said whether they were tears of relief, hope, or recognition. For so long, he had felt trapped in patterns of dissatisfaction and anxiety, assuming that this was simply the human condition, that everyone was fundamentally stressed and unfulfilled beneath whatever masks they wore. The idea that freedom was possible, that there was a way to be in the world that was not constantly exhausting and disappointing, felt almost too good to be true. Yet Master Ryoshin spoke with such certainty and such evident peace in his own being that Ren could not dismiss it as fantasy or wishful thinking. "If this freedom exists," he said quietly, "how do we reach it? How do we move from our current state of confusion and suffering to the state of liberation you describe? What is the path that bridges the gap?" Master Ryoshin smiled, and his smile held both gentleness and a quality of invitation. "That question," he said, "brings us to the fourth noble truth, the heart of the Buddha's practical teaching, the Noble Eightfold Path. This path is not a set of rules imposed from outside, but a description of how an awakening being naturally lives, and also a training program for moving from confusion toward clarity, from bondage toward freedom. The master rose and began walking slowly along the cliff edge, and Ren walked beside him. The Eightfold Path, Master Ryoshin said, consists of 8 interconnected practices that together address every aspect of human life: our understanding, our intentions, our speech, our actions, our livelihood, our effort, our awareness, and our concentration. These 8 elements support and reinforce each other, like the 8 spokes of a wheel that must all be present for the wheel to roll smoothly. We will explore each element in depth in the days to come, but for now, understand this. The path is not about becoming someone different or somewhere else, but about aligning your life with truth, with the way things actually are, rather than with the delusions that cause suffering. It is about developing wisdom that sees clearly, ethics that harm none, and mental training that stills the turbulence and reveals the peace that was always present. It is practical, concrete, and tested by centuries of practitioners who have walked it successfully. And it begins right where you are, with this breath, this step, this moment of willingness to wake up. As they stood together, looking out over the vast landscape, with the morning sun climbing higher and warming the air, Ren felt something shift in his heart, a movement from doubt toward faith, from confusion toward clarity, from resignation toward hope. The teachings were coming together for him. Suffering is real but not ultimate. It has causes that can be understood. It can end completely, and there is a clear path to that ending. This was not wishful thinking or religious dogma, but a testable hypothesis. Live this way, practice these methods, and see for yourself whether they lead to the freedom promised. He looked at Master Ryoshin and bowed deeply. "Thank you," he said. "I was beginning to fear that Buddhism was a philosophy of hopelessness, but I see now that it is the opposite. It offers the most profound hope imaginable, that we are not condemned to suffer, that liberation is possible, that there is a way out of the trap. I am ready to learn the path and walk it with my whole heart." The master placed a hand on Ren's shoulder, and his touch conveyed both blessing and confidence. "Good," he said. "Then let us continue this journey together, step by step, practice by practice, until the promise of nirvana becomes your lived reality, not just an idea, but your own direct experience. The path awaits, and you have already begun walking it. The Noble Eightfold Path begins. The Wheel of Dharma. The afternoon brought a change in the weather, with clouds gathering over the mountains and a cool wind rising from the valleys below. Master Ryoshin and Ren returned to the main monastery grounds, where preparations were underway for the evening ceremony. The master led Ren to the Dharma hall, a spacious room with polished wooden floors, cushions arranged in neat rows, and at the front, a golden statue of the Buddha seated in meditation beneath a carved representation of the Bodhi tree. The teacher gestured for Ren to sit facing him, and they settled into the quiet space, the only sounds the distant murmur of monks going about their duties and the occasional creak of old wooden beams. "Today," Master Ryoshin began, "we turn our attention to the path itself, the fourth noble truth, which the Buddha called the Noble Eightfold Path, or the Middle Way. This teaching is often represented as a wheel with 8 spokes, and the Buddha's first sermon after his enlightenment is called the Turning of the Wheel of Dharma. For in teaching this path, he set in motion a transmission of liberating wisdom that continues to this day, turning in the hearts and lives of all who practice sincerely." Master Ryoshin continued, his voice taking on the quality of formal teaching. yet remaining warm and accessible. The Eightfold Path is called noble, for the same reason the Four Noble Truths are called noble. Not because they are lofty or reserved for elites, but because they ennoble those who practice them, elevating human life from confusion and suffering toward wisdom and freedom. The path is also called the middle way, because it avoids two extremes that the Buddha himself tested and found wanting during his 6 years of searching before enlightenment. One extreme is the pursuit of sensual pleasure and worldly success, believing that happiness comes from external gratification and accomplishment. The other extreme is harsh asceticism, punishing the body and suppressing all desire through extreme self-denial. The Buddha discovered that neither extreme leads to liberation. The first because it perpetuates craving and never brings lasting satisfaction. The second because it weakens the body and mind needed for practice, and is itself a form of aversion, of pushing away rather than accepting reality. The middle way charts a course between these extremes, neither indulging every impulse nor suppressing all natural needs, but bringing wisdom and balance to every aspect of life. The 8 elements of the path are traditionally divided into 3 categories. Master Ryoshin explained, and it is helpful to understand this structure. The first 2 elements, right view and right intention, form the wisdom category. These address how we understand reality and what motivates our practice. The next 3 elements, right speech, right action, and right livelihood, form the ethics or virtue category. These address how we behave in the world and interact with other beings. The final 3 elements, right effort, right mindfulness, and right concentration, form the mental development or meditation category. These address how we train and refine the mind itself. All 3 categories are essential, and they support each other in crucial ways. Wisdom without ethics is empty and potentially dangerous, knowing what is right but not living it. Ethics without wisdom is blind, following rules without understanding their purpose. And mental development without wisdom and ethics is directionless, developing concentration and awareness, but not using them for liberation. The path works only when all 8 elements are cultivated together, each reinforcing the others, creating a complete transformation of understanding, behavior, and consciousness. Ren listened carefully, beginning to see how comprehensive the Buddha's teaching was, how it addressed not just one aspect of life, but every dimension: thought, speech, action, livelihood, effort, awareness, and concentration. This was not a simple prescription or a quick fix, but a complete way of life, a radical reorientation of everything. He felt both daunted by the scope of the path and excited by its thoroughness, its recognition that transformation must be total to be effective. Master Ryoshin saw the mixture of feelings playing across Ren's face and spoke reassuringly. "Do not be overwhelmed by the path's comprehensiveness," he said. "It is meant to be walked one step at a time, with each element gradually developing as you practice. You do not need to perfect one element before beginning another. They all grow together, supporting each other. Think of the path not as a steep mountain you must climb all at once, but as a gentle upward spiral, each turn bringing you a bit higher, each element of practice strengthening the others, until eventually you find yourself at the summit without quite knowing how you got there, simply through consistent practice and patience." The master rose and walked to a low table near the Buddha statue, where a large circular diagram was painted on cloth. A wheel with 8 spokes, each spoke labeled in elegant script. He invited Ren to examine it closely. "This is the Dharma wheel," he said, "one of the most important symbols in Buddhism. The 8 spokes represent the 8 elements of the path, and their connection at the wheel's hub represents how all elements are unified in the goal of liberation. The wheel's rim represents the ethics or discipline that holds the practice together, and the empty space at the center represents the emptiness or nirvana that is realized when the path is fully traveled. But note this, the wheel is meant to turn, to be in motion. The path is not a static state you achieve and then remain impassively, but a dynamic process, an active engagement with life informed by wisdom and compassion. Even after full awakening, the Buddha continued to practice, continued to be mindful, continued to speak skillfully and act ethically, not because he had to in order to maintain his freedom, but because this way of being had become his nature, as natural and effortless as breathing. Master Ryoshin returned to his seat and folded his hands in his lap, his posture relaxed, yet alert. In the coming days, he said, we will explore each of the 8 elements in detail, and you will begin practicing them intentionally in your daily life here at the monastery. But before we dive into specifics, I want to emphasize something crucial about the word right that begins each element: right view, right intention, right speech, and so on. In this context, right does not mean morally correct as opposed to wrong in some absolute judgmental sense. Rather, it means skillful, aligned with truth, conducive to awakening, beneficial rather than harmful. The opposite of right in this sense is not wrong, but misguided, confused, unskillful, or out of alignment with reality. This is an important distinction because the Buddhist path is not about following commandments out of fear of punishment or hope of reward, but about understanding how things work and aligning yourself with that understanding. When you see clearly how craving causes suffering, you naturally incline toward releasing craving, not because it is morally wrong, but because it is painful and counterproductive. This is the wisdom that motivates the path. Clear seeing that leads to natural letting go. Ren nodded, appreciating this clarification. He had worried that Buddhism might be another system of rigid rules and moral judgments. But Master Ryoshin was describing something different, a pragmatic approach to reducing suffering through understanding and skillful action. This made sense to him in a way that moralistic prescriptions never had. If the path truly worked, if it truly led to the reduction of suffering and the increase of peace and freedom, then following it was simply intelligent, like choosing to eat nourishing food rather than poison. The motivation was not duty or fear, but genuine desire for well-being. Master Ryoshin saw Ren's understanding and smiled. Yes, he said. The Buddha compared himself to a doctor providing medicine for the illness of suffering, not a king issuing commands or a judge pronouncing verdicts. The path is offered as treatment, and you are invited to take the medicine and see for yourself whether it works. This empirical, experiential approach is one of Buddhism's great strengths. It does not ask for blind faith, but for willingness to test the teachings through practice and observe the results. As the afternoon light began to fade and the Dharma hall grew dimmer, Master Ryoshin lit a single candle before the Buddha statue, its flame casting a warm glow that pushed back the gathering shadows. He sat silently for a few moments, and Ren sat with him, feeling a sense of sacredness in the space, not because of any supernatural presence, but because of the accumulated practice of generations of sincere seekers who had sat in this hall, studied these teachings, and walked this path. Finally, the master spoke, his voice soft and contemplative. The Eightfold Path is ancient, more than 2,500 years old, yet it remains as relevant today as when the Buddha first taught it. This is because it addresses the fundamental structure of human suffering, which has not changed despite all our technological and social progress. We still suffer from ignorance, from craving, from aversion, from identification with a separate self, and we still find freedom through wisdom, ethics, and mental training. The path is your inheritance as a human being seeking truth, and I am honored to guide you along it as I was once guided by my own teachers, who were guided by theirs, in an unbroken lineage reaching back to the Buddha himself. Ren bowed deeply, moved by the weight of tradition and the intimacy of personal transmission. He was not just learning abstract philosophy, he realized, but entering into a living stream of practice that had carried countless beings to awakening. Master Ryoshin returned the bow and then stood, indicating that their formal session was ending. We will begin tomorrow with the first element, right view, which is the foundation of everything else, he said. For tonight, simply reflect on what you have learned. Contemplate the Four Noble Truths we have studied. Suffering exists, it has a cause, it can end, and there is a path to its ending. Let these truths settle deeply into your understanding, not just as ideas, but as lived realities you have observed in your own experience, and cultivate a sense of urgency tempered with patience. Urgent because life is short and the opportunity for awakening should not be wasted. Patient because transformation takes time, and forced effort often creates more tension than it releases. The path is both the most important work you will ever do and the most natural, for you are simply learning to be what you already are beneath the layers of confusion, awake, free, and at peace. That evening, Ren sat alone in his room as rain began to fall softly on the monastery's tile roofs, creating a gentle percussion that seemed to echo the rhythm of his own breathing. He felt gratitude rising in him, gratitude for the teachings, for Master Ryoshin's patient guidance, for this monastery and the community that maintained it, for the Buddha who had walked this path first and left such clear instructions for others to follow. He also felt a kind of solemn commitment forming, a recognition that he had been given something precious and that the appropriate response was not casual interest, but wholehearted engagement. The path ahead would require effort, honesty, persistence, and courage to face aspects of himself he had been avoiding. But the promise of liberation, the possibility of genuine freedom from the suffering that had shadowed his entire life, made any required effort seem worthwhile, even essential. As he lay down to sleep, listening to the rain and the distant sound of evening chants from the meditation hall, Ren whispered a quiet vow to himself. I will walk this path with sincerity and patience, for as long as it takes, until I too know the freedom that the Buddha found. And in the darkness of his room, with rain falling steadily outside, he felt a peace deeper than any he had known. The peace of having found his way, of no longer wandering lost, but walking a clear path toward home. Right view and right intention, the wisdom foundation. The morning after their discussion of the Eightfold Path, Ren woke to find the rain had passed, leaving the monastery grounds washed clean and glistening in early sunlight. Droplets clung to pine needles and cherry blossoms, each one catching the light like a tiny jewel, and the air smelled of wet earth and new growth. After the morning meditation and a simple breakfast eaten in silence, Master Ryoshin motioned for Ren to join him in the small teaching room adjacent to the Dharma hall. An intimate space with walls lined with ancient texts and a single window overlooking the stone garden. They settled onto cushions facing each other, and the master poured tea for both of them, the simple ritual creating a sense of ceremony and attention. Today, he began, we explore the first element of the Eightfold Path, right view, which in Pali is called samaditthi. This is placed first not by accident, but because it is the foundation upon which everything else rests. Right view means seeing reality as it actually is, rather than as we imagine or wish it to be, understanding the fundamental truths about existence that the Buddha discovered. Without right view, the other elements of the path lack direction and power, like arrows shot without aim. With right view, everything else falls naturally into place, for when we see clearly, we naturally act wisely. Master Ryoshin explained that right view operates on multiple levels, from basic to profound, and develops gradually as one practices. At the most basic level, right view includes understanding and accepting the Four Noble Truths. That suffering exists, that it arises from craving and ignorance, that it can cease, and that there is a path to its cessation. This foundational understanding provides the motivation and framework for practice. If you do not see suffering clearly, or do not believe it has causes that can be addressed, you will not be motivated to practice. If you do not believe liberation is possible, you will not make the effort required to realize it. So the first aspect of right view is intellectual understanding and acceptance of the Buddha's core teachings, not as blind faith, but as working hypotheses to be tested through practice and experience. This is where you are now, Ren, the master said warmly. You are developing this foundational right view, seeing the truth of suffering in your own experience, recognizing craving as its cause, glimpsing the possibility of freedom, and learning about the path. This is excellent and necessary beginning. But right view goes deeper than intellectual understanding, Master Ryoshin continued. At a more profound level, it includes understanding the three characteristics of existence that we touched on briefly before: impermanence, non-self, and unsatisfactoriness. These are not just philosophical concepts, but direct perceptions of how things actually are. Impermanence, called anicca, is the recognition that everything conditioned arises, changes, and passes away. Nothing remains the same from moment to moment. Your body is constantly changing. Your thoughts and emotions are in constant flux. Relationships evolve and end. Empires rise and fall. Mountains erode. Stars are born and die. To truly see impermanence is not just to know it intellectually, but to perceive it directly in every experience, to feel in your bones that nothing lasts, that grasping at anything is like trying to hold water in your hands. This direct perception of impermanence naturally leads to letting go, to releasing the futile attempt to make permanent what is by nature temporary. When you deeply see that all things pass, you stop clinging so desperately to them, and this release brings peace. The second characteristic Master Ryoshin explained is non-self, called anatta in Pali. This is perhaps the most challenging and radical of Buddhist insights, the teaching that cuts most deeply against our habitual assumptions. Non-self means that there is no permanent, unchanging, independent entity that is you, no essential self or soul that persists unchanged through time. What we call the self is actually a constantly changing process, a flow of physical and mental phenomena that we mistakenly perceive as a solid, enduring thing. The Buddha analyzed what we call the self into 5 aggregates: physical form, feelings, perceptions, mental formations, and consciousness. Each of these is impermanent and constantly changing, and none of them individually or collectively constitutes a permanent self. You are not your body, for it changes constantly and will eventually die. You are not your feelings, for they arise and pass moment by moment. You are not your thoughts or perceptions or even your consciousness, for these too are in constant flux, dependent on conditions, and will cease when conditions change. So where is this self we cling to so fiercely? When you look closely, you cannot find it, and this is not a failure of looking, but an accurate perception. The separate, independent, permanent self is an illusion, a story the mind tells, but not an actual reality. Ren felt a wave of confusion and even fear at these words. If there is no self, he asked, then who am I? Who is practicing? Who will be liberated? Master Ryoshin nodded, expecting this response. This is the natural question, he said. and it arises from the very assumption the teaching is challenging. The teaching of non-self does not mean that nothing exists or that you do not exist in any sense. It means that what exists is not what you thought. There is experiencing, but no experiencer separate from experience. There is walking, but no walker independent of the process of walking. There is thinking, but no thinker apart from thoughts. Life continues, practice continues, but without the burden of defending and maintaining an illusory separate self. This is actually profoundly liberating, for so much of our suffering comes from the project of building up, maintaining, and defending a self-image. When you see through the illusion of self, that whole exhausting project can be dropped, and what remains is simple, fluid, responsive engagement with life, without the contraction and fear that come from identification with ego. This is advanced right view, and it develops through sustained practice and contemplation, so do not worry if it seems confusing now. Plant the seed of this teaching, and it will grow in its own time. The third characteristic of existence, Master Ryoshin continued, is dukkha, which we have already explored in depth, the unsatisfactory, unreliable, ultimately suffering nature of conditioned existence. Right view includes seeing this clearly, not morbidly but realistically, understanding that trying to find lasting happiness through manipulating impermanent, selfless phenomena is like building a house on shifting sand. This seeing naturally turns the mind toward liberation, toward finding happiness that is not dependent on conditions, toward discovering the unconditioned peace of nirvana. These three characteristics, impermanence, non-self, and suffering, are sometimes called the three marks or three seals of existence, for they mark or seal all conditioned phenomena without exception. Right view means perceiving these marks directly and continuously, not just during formal contemplation, but in the midst of ordinary life, seeing in every experience the truth of change, the absence of solid self, and the suffering that comes from not understanding these realities. Master Ryoshin poured more tea and continued. Right view also includes understanding karma, the law of cause and effect in the moral and psychological realm. This is a complex teaching that is often misunderstood, so listen carefully. Karma simply means action, and the law of karma states that actions have consequences. Wholesome actions lead to beneficial results, and unwholesome actions lead to harmful results, not as punishment and reward from some external judge, but as natural consequence of how reality works. When you act with generosity, kindness, and wisdom, you create conditions for well-being in yourself and others. When you act with greed, hatred, and delusion, you create conditions for suffering. This happens not magically, but psychologically and socially. Generous actions cultivate a generous heart and inspire generosity in others, creating a beneficial cycle, while stingy actions cultivate a contracted heart and breed resentment, creating a harmful cycle. Right view includes understanding that you are not helpless victim of circumstance, but active participant in creating your experience through your actions, speech, and thoughts. This understanding empowers you to take responsibility for your life and motivates ethical conduct, for you see that how you act matters, that it shapes your character and your future. After exploring right view thoroughly, Master Ryoshin moved to the second element of the path, which follows naturally from the first. Right intention, called Samma Sankappa, is about the quality of heart and mind that motivates our practice and shapes our engagement with life. If right view is seeing clearly, right intention is inclining wisely in response to that seeing. The Buddha taught three specific intentions that characterize the awakening mind. The first is the intention of renunciation or letting go, which arises naturally when you see the suffering caused by clinging. This is not about rejecting life, or becoming cold and withdrawn, but about releasing the desperate grasping that causes so much pain, learning to hold things lightly, to enjoy without clinging, to engage without desperate attachment. Renunciation in the Buddhist sense is not deprivation, but liberation. Freedom from the tyranny of endless wanting. When you see clearly that craving causes suffering, the intention to let go, to renounce the constant reaching for more and different and better, arises spontaneously as wisdom in action. The second aspect of right intention, Master Ryoshin explained, is goodwill or loving kindness, called metta. When you see through the illusion of separate self and recognize the interconnection of all beings, when you understand that all beings seek happiness and wish to avoid suffering just as you do, natural kindness and care arise. Right intention includes cultivating this quality deliberately, inclining the mind toward friendliness, warmth, and benevolence rather than toward hostility, coldness, or indifference. This is not forced niceness or pretending to feel what you do not feel, but a genuine training in opening the heart, softening the contracted defensive stance that separates self from other, and allowing natural compassion to flow. When right view reveals our shared condition, right intention responds with the wish that all beings be happy, healthy, safe, and at ease. This goodwill becomes the emotional foundation for ethical action and compassionate engagement with the world. The third aspect of right intention is harmlessness or compassion, called karuna in Pali. While goodwill wishes beings to be happy, compassion responds to suffering with the intention to alleviate it rather than to cause or ignore it. Right intention includes the commitment to live in a way that minimizes harm to oneself and others, that actively works to reduce suffering wherever possible, and that relates to all beings with gentleness and care. This does not mean being passive in the face of injustice or never taking strong action when necessary, but it means that even strong action is motivated by compassion rather than by hatred or revenge, and that we constantly ask ourselves, am I adding to suffering or reducing it? Am I acting from wisdom and care or from reactivity and ego? These three intentions, renunciation, goodwill, and harmlessness, when cultivated consistently, gradually transform the heart from a place of contraction and fear to a place of openness and love. And this transformation is as important as any intellectual understanding. The path is not complete until head and heart are both awakened, until wisdom and compassion are united in seamless expression. As the teaching session concluded and the monastery bell rang for midday meal, Ren sat quietly, absorbing what he had learned. Right view and right intention were not just abstract philosophy, but practical orientation, a way of seeing and a way of inclining that could be cultivated through attention and practice. He understood now why these two elements formed the wisdom category of the path. They provided the understanding and motivation that made everything else possible. Without seeing clearly, one wanders in confusion. Without wise intention, one knows what is right, but lacks the heart to pursue it. Together, these first two elements of the path created a foundation solid enough to support the transformation to come. Master Ryoshin rose and placed a hand on Ren's shoulder. "You are learning well," he said. "Now we must translate understanding into action, wisdom into ethics, intention into behavior. Tomorrow we will explore how right view and right intention express themselves in speech, action, and livelihood, the three elements that form the ethical foundation of the path. For now, practice seeing impermanence in everything around you. Notice when you are clinging or averse, and cultivate the intentions of letting go, of friendliness, and of harmlessness. These practices will prepare the ground for deeper understanding and fuller freedom. The foundation of virtue, right speech, action, and livelihood. The following morning brought a visiting teacher to the monastery, a nun named Etsuko, who had practiced for over 30 years and was known throughout the region for her wisdom and kindness. Master Ryoshin invited Ren to attend a special teaching session where Etsuko would speak about Buddhist ethics, and the young seeker eagerly accepted the opportunity to learn from another perspective. The Dharma hall filled with monks, nuns, and lay practitioners from the surrounding area, creating an atmosphere of collective attention and respect. Etsuko sat at the front of the hall, her presence both humble and commanding, her aged face radiating a peace that seemed to illuminate the space around her. She began by thanking the community for the invitation and acknowledging Master Ryoshin's skillful teaching, then turned her attention to the assembled students. "Today," she said, "I wish to speak about the ethical heart of the Buddha's path. The three elements that concern how we engage with the world through our speech, our actions, and our way of making a living. These are sometimes called the virtue or morality elements, but I prefer to think of them as the foundation of a beautiful life, the practices that allow us to live with integrity, to sleep peacefully at night, and to meet our own reflection without shame or regret." Right speech, Etsuko explained, is the third element of the Eightfold Path, and it addresses one of the most powerful tools we possess as human beings: our capacity for communication through words. Speech can heal or harm, build up or tear down, bring clarity or spread confusion, foster connection or create division. Right speech means using this powerful tool wisely and carefully, with awareness of its impact. The Buddha outlined 4 specific aspects of right speech. First, abstaining from false speech or lying. This means speaking truthfully, not deliberately deceiving others through our words. It seems simple, but notice how often small lies and half-truths arise in daily life. Exaggerating to make ourselves look better, omitting information to avoid consequences, telling people what they want to hear rather than the truth, even lying to ourselves about our own motivations and feelings. Right speech asks us to cultivate honesty as a practice, to speak truth kindly but clearly, and to notice the fear and craving that motivate dishonesty when it arises. Truthfulness builds trust, both with others and with ourselves, and creates a foundation of integrity on which genuine relationships and self-understanding can grow. The second aspect of right speech, Etsuko continued, is abstaining from divisive speech, from words that create separation and conflict between people. This includes gossip, tale-bearing, speaking ill of others behind their backs, and deliberately stirring up discord. Consider how much suffering is caused by divisive speech. Friendships destroyed, families torn apart, communities fractured, even wars begun, all through words that drive wedges between people. Right speech means being aware of this destructive potential and choosing words that bring people together rather than drive them apart, that build harmony rather than discord, that heal rather than wound. When you are tempted to share a juicy piece of gossip, pause and ask yourself, what is my motivation? Am I trying to connect with this person or to feel superior by putting someone else down? Will these words increase understanding and compassion or create judgment and separation? The practice of monitoring our motivation and impact helps us gradually purify our speech and use it for beneficial purposes. The third aspect of right speech is abstaining from harsh speech, from words that are cruel, abusive, or needlessly hurtful. Etsuko's voice softened as she spoke about this. Words have tremendous power to cause pain, she said. A harsh word spoken in anger or contempt can wound someone deeply, and the wound can last for years or even a lifetime. Right speech means speaking gently, kindly, with consideration for others' feelings, even when we must say difficult things. It is possible to be honest and direct without being harsh, to address wrongdoing without attacking the person, to express disagreement without contempt or abuse. This requires practice and self-awareness, for harsh speech often arises automatically when we are angry, frustrated, or defensive. The practice is to pause before speaking, to breathe, to notice the impulse to lash out, and to choose words that are both true and kind. Sometimes this means remaining silent until the heat of emotion has passed and we can speak more skillfully. Silence is better than harsh speech, but kind and helpful speech is better still. The fourth aspect of right speech, Etsuko explained, is abstaining from idle chatter or frivolous speech, from talking just to fill silence or to hear ourselves talk without purpose or mindfulness. This does not mean we must always be serious and solemn, for joy and humor and light conversation have their place. But it means being aware of how we use speech and not wasting this precious capacity on endless, meaningless talk that scatters our energy and attention. In a world of constant noise and distraction, the practice of mindful speech, of speaking when we have something worth saying and listening when others speak, is increasingly rare and increasingly valuable. Notice how much talking arises from anxiety, from discomfort with silence, from the need to assert our presence or to avoid being alone with our thoughts. Right speech invites us to befriend silence, to speak from fullness rather than from emptiness, and to use words as tools for truth, connection, and benefit, rather than as nervous habits or weapons of ego. Etsuko paused and sipped water, then moved to the next element. Right action, the fourth element of the Eightfold Path, extends ethical awareness from speech to physical behavior. The Buddha outlined basic ethical precepts that form the foundation of right action, guidelines that protect us and others from harm and create conditions for peace and trust. The first precept is to abstain from taking life, to refrain from killing or causing death to living beings. At its most basic, this means not murdering other humans, but it extends further to include not killing animals unnecessarily, treating all life with respect and care, and recognizing the preciousness of existence in all its forms. This precept cultivates compassion and reverence for life, and it asks us to consider carefully the impact of our actions on other beings. For some practitioners, this leads to vegetarianism or veganism as a way of minimizing harm to animals. For all, it means approaching life with gentleness and the intention to protect rather than to destroy, to nurture rather than to damage. The second precept, Etsuko continued, is to abstain from taking what is not given, which means not stealing, not taking anything that does not belong to us without permission. This seems straightforward, but it includes subtle violations we might overlook. Taking supplies from work for personal use, keeping money when we are given too much change, using others' time or energy without consideration, taking credit for others' work or ideas. Right action includes scrupulous honesty in our dealings with others' property and careful respect for boundaries. It also includes generosity as the positive expression of this precept. Rather than taking, we practice giving, sharing what we have, being generous with our time, resources, and attention. When we respect others' belongings and share our own freely, we create a society based on trust rather than fear, on abundance rather than scarcity, and we liberate ourselves from the anxiety and guilt that come from dishonest acquisition. The third precept of right action addresses sexual conduct, and Etsuko spoke about this with both frankness and sensitivity. The precept is to abstain from sexual misconduct, from sexual behavior that causes harm. For monastics, this traditionally means complete celibacy, abstaining from all sexual activity as a way of simplifying life and directing energy toward intensive practice. For lay people, sexual misconduct means sexual behavior that violates commitments, that involves coercion or exploitation, that harms oneself or others, that breaks up families or relationships, that objectifies or disrespects partners. Right action in the sexual realm means bringing the same awareness, kindness, and integrity to intimate relationships that we bring to other areas of life. It means honoring commitments, respecting consent absolutely, being honest with partners, and ensuring that sexual expression arises from genuine care and mutual respect, rather than from exploitation, addiction, or the objectification of others as mere instruments for our pleasure. Sexual energy is powerful, and when used wisely, it can express and deepen love. But when used carelessly or exploitatively, it causes tremendous suffering. The precept asks us to reflect carefully on our sexual behavior and to align it with our values of non-harming and respect. Beyond these specific precepts, Etsuko said, right action means bringing mindfulness and ethics to all our behavior, constantly asking ourselves, is this action harmful or beneficial? Does it arise from wisdom and compassion, or from greed, hatred, and delusion? Does it reduce suffering or increase it? This ongoing self-inquiry gradually refines our behavior until acting ethically becomes natural, not forced compliance with external rules, but spontaneous expression of an awakened heart that naturally inclines toward what is beneficial and naturally recoils from what is harmful. The purpose of ethical precepts is not to make us feel guilty or restricted, but to protect us and others from suffering, to create conditions for practice and awakening, and to gradually transform character from selfish to generous, from harmful to helpful, from closed to open. When we live ethically, we sleep peacefully, for we have nothing to hide or regret. We can look anyone in the eye without shame. We earn the trust and respect of others. And most importantly, we create a heart and mind that are stable enough, clear enough, and pure enough to support deep meditation and genuine insight. The final element in the ethics category, Etsuko explained as the morning session continued, is right livelihood, the fifth element of the Eightfold Path. This addresses how we earn our living and spend the majority of our waking hours. Right livelihood means engaging in work that does not harm others and ideally contributes to well-being. The Buddha specifically mentioned 5 types of livelihood to avoid: dealing in weapons, dealing in living beings, which includes slavery and human trafficking, dealing in meat or animal slaughter, dealing in intoxicants that cloud the mind, and dealing in poisons. In modern terms, we might expand this to include any work that fundamentally harms others, work that exploits workers, that destroys the environment, that promotes addiction or dishonesty, that profits from others' suffering. Right livelihood asks us to consider carefully how we make our money and whether our work aligns with our values of non-harming and contribution to the well-being of all beings. This can be challenging in a complex economy where most work involves some moral compromise, but the practice is to move as much as possible in the direction of work that feels aligned with ethics and beneficial purpose. Right livelihood also means how we work, not just what work we do, Etsuko added. We can bring mindfulness, honesty, diligence, and kindness to any honest work, transforming even mundane tasks into practice and service. When we work with full presence, doing our best, treating colleagues with respect, being honest in our dealings, and maintaining integrity even when no one is watching, we sanctify our work and make it part of the path. Conversely, we can engage in ostensibly helping professions like teaching or medicine in ways that are harmful if we are dishonest, exploitative, careless, or motivated solely by money and status, rather than by genuine desire to serve. So right livelihood is about both the content of our work and the quality of our engagement with it. It recognizes that we spend much of our lives working, and that this time should support rather than contradict our values and practice. When livelihood is aligned with ethics, our entire life becomes integrated, and we are not torn between who we are at work and who we want to be in our practice and personal life. As Etsuko concluded her teaching on the 3 ethics elements, she offered a final reflection. Right speech, right action, and right livelihood form the foundation of a beautiful life, she said. They are not restrictions that limit our freedom, but practices that liberate us from the chaos and suffering of unethical behavior. When we speak truthfully and kindly, act with integrity and care, and engage in work that benefits rather than harms, we create an external life that supports our internal development. We minimize the regret, guilt, and conflict that disturb meditation and obscure clarity. We earn the trust and goodwill of others, creating beneficial relationships and community. We develop strength of character and self-respect that cannot be taken away by external circumstances. And we contribute to a world of less suffering and more compassion, becoming part of the solution rather than part of the problem. These ethical practices are not preliminary to real spiritual development, but are inseparable from it. For a heart that harms cannot truly be at peace, and a mind burdened with guilt and secrecy cannot see clearly. Walk the path of virtue, and you walk the path to freedom. After the teaching, Ren approached Etsuko and bowed deeply. "Thank you," he said. "Your words have clarified something I was struggling with. I had been thinking of ethics as separate from awakening, as rules to follow so that I could get to the real practice of meditation. But I see now that ethics is practice, that how I speak and act and earn my living is inseparable from the transformation I seek." The nun smiled and placed a hand on his head in blessing. "Yes," she said, "the path is whole, not divided into spiritual and worldly aspects. Every moment is practice. Every interaction is an opportunity for awakening, and the quality of your character is both the foundation and the fruit of genuine practice. Go now and live beautifully, and your life itself will become the teaching, benefiting all who encounter you." The power of focused effort, training the mind. In the days following Etsuko's visit, Ren noticed a renewed commitment to practicing ethical speech and action in his daily life at the monastery. He caught himself before gossiping, paused to consider his words before speaking, and brought more awareness to how his actions affected others. This external discipline began to create an internal effect. His mind felt clearer, less agitated by guilt or conflict, more available for deeper practice. Master Ryoshin observed these changes with satisfaction and decided that Ren was ready to explore the 3rd category of the Eightfold Path, the mental development elements that directly train the mind itself. One afternoon, the master invited Ren to join him in the meditation hall during the free period when most monks were resting or engaged in personal practice. They sat together in the vast quiet space, and Master Ryoshin began speaking about the 6th, 7th, and 8th elements of the path: right effort, right mindfulness, and right concentration. These 3 elements, he said, work together to transform consciousness itself, developing the mental qualities and capacities needed for awakening. If wisdom elements provide understanding and motivation, and ethics elements create a stable foundation, these mental development elements are the direct training that liberates the mind from its habitual patterns of suffering. Right effort, the 6th element, is about how we work with our minds, how we direct and sustain attention, how we cultivate beneficial mental states and release harmful ones. Master Ryoshin explained that effort in Buddhism is not about strain or forcing, but about wise and balanced application of energy. The Buddha compared right effort to tuning a stringed instrument. If the strings are too tight, they break. If they are too loose, they make no sound. But when the tension is just right, beautiful music emerges. Right effort means finding that balanced tension, applying enough energy to make progress without straining so hard that we create tension and burnout. The Buddha described right effort in terms of 4 aspects, 4 ways of working skillfully with mental states. First is the effort to prevent unwholesome mental states that have not yet arisen. This means being vigilant about what we expose ourselves to, what we feed our minds with, recognizing that unwholesome states like greed, hatred, and delusion are more likely to arise under certain conditions. If we want to prevent anger, we avoid deliberately dwelling on grievances or consuming media that inflames rage. If we want to prevent craving, we limit exposure to advertising and situations that stimulate endless wanting. The second aspect of right effort, Master Ryoshin continued, is the effort to abandon unwholesome mental states that have already arisen. When we notice anger, greed, jealousy, fear, or other afflictive emotions present in the mind, right effort means not indulging them, not following them down their familiar reactive paths, but instead bringing awareness to them, investigating them with curiosity rather than judgment, and letting them pass without acting them out. This does not mean suppressing emotions or pretending we do not feel what we feel, but it means not feeding emotions with rumination and reactivity, not building elaborate stories that justify and intensify them, and instead seeing them clearly as temporary mental events that arise and pass like clouds in the sky. Ren, you have been practicing this already with your meditation, noticing when thoughts and emotions arise and gently returning attention to the breath rather than following every mental proliferation. This is abandoning unwholesome states through non-engagement, through wise restraint that allows them to dissolve naturally without reinforcement. The third aspect of right effort is the effort to cultivate wholesome mental states that have not yet arisen. This is the positive side of mental training, actively developing beneficial qualities like generosity, kindness, compassion, joy, equanimity, patience, and wisdom. Master Ryoshin explained that the mind is like a garden. It is not enough to simply remove weeds. We must also plant and tend flowers and vegetables if we want beauty and nourishment. We cultivate wholesome states through deliberate practice, meditation on loving kindness to develop warmth and care, contemplation of impermanence to develop wisdom, acts of generosity to develop an open heart, gratitude practice to shift attention toward what is positive and beneficial. We also cultivate wholesome states by associating with wise and kind people whose qualities inspire and support our own development, by studying teachings that uplift and clarify, by engaging in activities that nourish rather than deplete us. The mind tends toward whatever we repeatedly expose it to and practice. So right effort includes being intentional about what we cultivate in the garden of consciousness. The fourth aspect of right effort is maintaining and strengthening wholesome mental states that have already arisen. When we experience moments of peace, clarity, compassion, or joy, right effort means not taking them for granted or immediately moving on to the next thing, but savoring them, settling into them, allowing them to deepen and stabilize. When a moment of loving kindness arises during meditation, we stay with it, nurture it, let it grow. When we feel grateful, we pause and really feel the gratitude, let it fill us. When insight dawns, we do not rush past it but contemplate it deeply, let it penetrate our understanding. This maintenance of wholesome states helps them become more frequent and stable, gradually shifting the mind's baseline from contracted and reactive to open and responsive. Over time, with consistent right effort, the mind transforms, wholesome states becoming more natural and frequent, unwholesome states arising less often and having less power when they do appear. This is not instantaneous transformation, but gradual cultivation, like tending a garden season after season, until it becomes an established ecosystem that largely maintains itself. Master Ryoshin paused and observed Ren closely. Right effort requires self-knowledge, he said. You must learn the difference between wise effort that energizes and unwise effort that exhausts, between working with your mind and fighting against it, between discipline and self-violence. Some practitioners push too hard, approaching practice like a war they must win through force, creating tremendous tension and eventually burning out or developing spiritual pride that is just another form of ego. Other practitioners are too lax, avoiding any discomfort, giving in to every impulse, never developing the strength and stability that come from working with difficulty. The middle way in effort means being firm but kind with yourself, maintaining consistent practice, even when you do not feel like it, but also recognizing when you need to ease back and rest. It means challenging yourself to go beyond comfortable habits, but not pushing to the point of injury or resentment. Learn to know your own mind, its patterns and tendencies, its strengths and weaknesses, and work skillfully with what you find, neither indulging nor suppressing, neither forcing nor neglecting. After discussing right effort thoroughly, Master Ryoshin moved to the seventh element of the path, which he described as perhaps the most important of all: right mindfulness, or samasati. Mindfulness, he explained, is the quality of present moment awareness, of knowing what is happening while it is happening, without being lost in fantasy, memory, or distraction. It is the capacity to be here, now, fully awake to this experience, rather than sleepwalking through life on autopilot. Mindfulness is both simple and profound, for while everyone has some capacity for awareness, developing stable, continuous, clear mindfulness requires training and changes everything about how we experience life. The Buddha taught mindfulness as a systematic practice, addressing 4 foundations or domains of experience: mindfulness of body, mindfulness of feelings or sensations, mindfulness of mind or mental states, and mindfulness of phenomena or the objects and patterns that appear in consciousness. Together, these 4 foundations cover the entire field of possible experience, leaving no aspect of life outside the scope of awareness practice. Mindfulness of body, Master Ryoshin explained, begins with simple awareness of physical sensations, the pressure of sitting, the movement of breath, the temperature of air, sensations of tension or ease, the experience of walking or standing or lying down. We spend most of our lives lost in thoughts about past and future, barely aware of the body that carries us through the present moment. Mindfulness of body anchors us in the here and now, for the body exists only in the present moment, never in past or future. By bringing attention again and again to physical sensations, we train the mind to be present, and we also begin to notice the body's wisdom, how it tenses when we are stressed, relaxes when we are safe, signals discomfort before problems become serious. The breath is particularly useful as an object of mindfulness because it is always present, always accessible, and has a rhythmic quality that helps settle the mind. Many meditation practices begin with and return to breath awareness, using it as a home base for attention, a place to rest and regroup when the mind has wandered into distraction. Mindfulness of feelings, the second foundation, means noticing the pleasant, unpleasant, or neutral tone that colors every experience. Master Ryoshin explained that every sensation, thought, sound, sight, and mental state has a feeling tone. It feels good, bad, or neither. This feeling tone happens automatically and immediately, faster than conscious thought, and it triggers our habitual reactions of craving, aversion, or ignoring. By bringing mindfulness to feeling tones, noticing here is pleasantness, Here is unpleasantness. Here is neutral feeling. We create a small gap between stimulus and response, a space where wisdom can arise before reactivity takes over. We notice the feeling of pleasantness when eating delicious food, and because we are mindful of it, we can enjoy it without immediately grasping for more. We notice the feeling of unpleasantness when experiencing pain, and because we are mindful of it, we can respond appropriately without adding layers of panic and resistance. This practice of mindfulness of feelings is subtle but powerful, for much of our suffering happens in this gap between feeling tone and reaction, where craving and aversion arise automatically. Mindfulness illuminates this process, allowing us to respond with wisdom rather than react on autopilot. Mindfulness of mind, the third foundation, means being aware of the general state of consciousness itself. Is the mind calm or agitated, clear or foggy, spacious or contracted, focused or scattered, friendly or hostile, happy or sad, confident or doubtful? By regularly checking in with the mind's state, we develop meta-awareness, consciousness aware of itself, and we learn not to be completely identified with whatever state is present. When the mind is agitated, we know the mind is agitated, rather than simply being lost in agitation. This knowing creates some space and allows us to work skillfully with the state, understanding what triggered it, what sustains it, what might help it settle. Master Ryoshin emphasized that mindfulness of mind is not about judging or trying to force mind states to change, but about clearly recognizing what is present. This clear recognition itself often allows unhelpful states to release naturally, for they are sustained partly by unconsciousness, by operating in the dark where they are not seen. Bringing them into the light of awareness weakens their grip, like opening curtains to dispel shadows. The fourth foundation of mindfulness is mindfulness of phenomena or dhammas, which means recognizing and understanding the patterns, habits, and laws that govern our experience. This includes noticing the arising and passing of thoughts, recognizing the 5 hindrances that obstruct meditation, seeing how the senses function, understanding the links of dependent origination that keep suffering cycling, and ultimately perceiving the 3 characteristics of impermanence, non-self, and unsatisfactoriness directly in all phenomena. This fourth foundation is where mindfulness becomes insight, where simple awareness transforms into liberating wisdom. Master Ryoshin explained that while the first 3 foundations develop concentration and clarity, the fourth foundation uses that concentrated clarity to see deeply into the nature of reality, to perceive directly the truths that the Buddha taught. This seeing is not intellectual understanding, but direct perception, and when it becomes strong and stable, it cuts the roots of suffering and liberates the mind permanently. This is the ultimate fruit of mindfulness practice. Not just being present and calm, though those are valuable, but becoming free through seeing things as they actually are. As afternoon light slanted through the meditation hall's windows, casting long shadows across the polished floor, Master Ryoshin concluded his teaching on mindfulness and moved to the final element of the path. Right concentration, samma samadhi, is the 8th element, and it refers to the deep focus and unification of mind that develops through meditation practice. While mindfulness is broad, accepting whatever arises in awareness, concentration is focused, settling attention on a single object and sustaining it there with increasing steadiness. The 2 qualities support each other. Mindfulness notices when attention has wandered. Concentration brings it back and sustains it on the chosen object. Through their interaction, the mind becomes both stable and clear, like a mountain lake on a windless day, its surface perfectly still and its depths visible. Master Ryoshin explained that right concentration specifically refers to the meditative absorptions called jhanas in Pali, progressively deeper states of focus and joy that arise when concentration is highly developed. While not all practitioners attain these deep absorptions, and they are not strictly necessary for awakening, they are valuable because they provide the concentrated power and tranquility that make insight easier to develop. More importantly, the experience of jhana demonstrates that profound happiness can arise through inner development, independent of external conditions, which directly counters the belief that we need to manipulate the world to be happy. Master Ryoshin described the practice of developing concentration as simple in concept, but requiring patience and consistency. One chooses an object, traditionally the breath, and places attention on it, feeling the sensations of breathing at the nostrils, chest, or abdomen. When the mind wanders, as it inevitably will thousands of times, one gently notes the wandering without judgment and returns attention to the breath. This is repeated again and again, developing the mental muscle of sustaining focus and releasing distraction. Over time, with consistent practice, the mind settles, thoughts slow, and attention becomes more stable. Pleasant feelings arise, a sense of calm and well-being independent of external circumstances. As concentration deepens further, the mind may enter jhana states characterized by intense peace, joy, and unity of focus. But whether or not one reaches these deep states, the practice of concentration develops essential qualities: the ability to direct and sustain attention, the capacity to rest in simplicity without constant stimulation, the experience of contentment arising from within, and the stability of mind necessary for insight into reality's nature. As the teaching concluded and the evening bell rang, calling monks to their next period of practice, Ren sat quietly integrating what he had learned about the three mental development elements. Right effort, right mindfulness, and right concentration worked together to train the mind systematically, developing qualities that were weak and needed strengthening, releasing patterns that were harmful and needed abandoning, and revealing the natural peace and clarity that had always been present beneath the turbulence. These were not magical powers, but practical skills, mental hygiene and development no different in principle from physical exercise or learning any other skill, requiring only consistent practice and patience. He felt grateful for the comprehensive nature of the Buddha's teaching, how it addressed every aspect of life and provided practical methods for transformation. Master Ryoshin saw Ren's understanding and smiled. "You have now learned all 8 elements of the path," he said. "The journey from here is not about learning new concepts, but about living these teachings, integrating them so fully that they become not practices you do, but qualities you embody. This is the work of a lifetime, but every step brings more freedom, more peace, more capacity to meet life with wisdom and compassion. Walk well, my student, and know that I walk beside you." The 3 marks of existence. Seeing reality clearly. The monastery entered a week of intensive meditation retreat, during which all non-essential activities ceased and practitioners devoted themselves entirely to formal practice. Ren joined the schedule of sitting and walking meditation that began before dawn and continued with brief breaks until late evening. The intensity of the practice brought both challenge and breakthrough, periods of agitation and discomfort, alternating with unexpected moments of clarity and peace. Master Ryoshin moved quietly through the meditation hall during sitting periods, occasionally adjusting a student's posture or offering a whispered instruction, his presence both supportive and unobtrusive. On the 3rd day of the retreat, during a break period, the master invited Ren for a walking meditation in the forest, where autumn was beginning its transformation, leaves starting to turn gold and crimson, the air carrying a chill that spoke of coming winter. As they walked slowly along a narrow path, Master Ryoshin began to speak about what he called the three universal characteristics of existence, the fundamental marks that distinguish all conditioned phenomena, and that direct perception of them constitutes the insight that liberates. The first characteristic, Master Ryoshin said, is impermanence, anicca in Pali. Everything that comes into being passes out of being. Everything that arises ceases. Everything that is born dies. Nothing conditioned remains the same from moment to moment. This is not philosophy, but direct observation. Look at this forest wren. The leaves are changing color. Soon they will fall. In spring, new leaves will emerge, and this cycle has repeated for as long as this forest has existed. But the forest itself is impermanent. These trees will eventually die. New trees will grow, and given enough time, even the mountains will erode, and this landscape will be utterly transformed. Look at your own body, constantly changing since you were born, cells dying and being replaced, never the same from moment to moment, moving inexorably toward aging and death. Look at your thoughts and feelings, arising and passing in constant flux. No thought lasting more than seconds before dissolving. Look at relationships, changing as people grow and circumstances shift. Even the most stable eventually ending in separation or death. Impermanence is not something that happens to some things sometimes. It is the fundamental nature of all conditioned reality, operating constantly at every scale from subatomic to cosmic. But Ren, Master Ryoshin continued, we do not see impermanence clearly most of the time. Even though intellectually we know everything changes, we live as though things were permanent, as though relationships would last forever, as though our youth and health were stable possessions, as though we had unlimited time. We cling to experiences and people as if we could hold them in place through the force of our attachment. And then we suffer shock and grief when change inevitably happens. The practice is to see impermanence not just intellectually, but directly, to perceive it operating moment by moment in your immediate experience. In meditation, watch thoughts arise from nowhere, exist briefly, and vanish completely. Watch sensations in the body appear, intensify, fade, disappear. Watch sounds begin and end. Watch everything in your experience as a flow of arising and passing. Nothing solid, nothing lasting, everything in constant flux. This direct perception of impermanence changes everything about how you relate to life. You stop clinging so desperately because you see that clinging cannot stop change. You appreciate experiences more deeply because you see that they are fleeting. You stop postponing important things because you see that time is limited. And paradoxically, seeing impermanence deeply brings peace rather than despair. For you stop fighting the fundamental nature of reality and begin flowing with it. They walked in silence for a while, Ren observing the forest with new eyes, noticing how everything was indeed in process, nothing static. Leaves falling even as they watched, light shifting as clouds passed overhead, his own breathing and heartbeat constant change. Master Ryoshin spoke again. The second characteristic of existence is dukkha, suffering or unsatisfactoriness, which we have discussed extensively. But I want to add something to that understanding now that you are deeper in practice. Dukkha is not just that life contains painful experiences, though it does. At a deeper level, dukkha means that all conditioned phenomena are ultimately unsatisfactory because they are impermanent and therefore cannot provide the lasting security and happiness we seek from them. We keep trying to build happiness out of impermanent materials, like building a house out of ice, and we wonder why we never feel completely secure. The practice is to see this unsatisfactoriness not as a defect in particular things, but as the nature of all conditioned existence. No experience, no matter how pleasant, fully satisfies us for long. No achievement, no matter how great, brings lasting fulfillment. No relationship, no matter how loving, provides complete security. This is not pessimism, but realism, seeing things as they are. And this seeing turns the mind toward liberation, toward seeking happiness that is not dependent on arranging impermanent conditions, toward discovering the unconditioned peace of nirvana. The third characteristic, Master Ryoshin said, and his voice took on a particular intensity, is anatta, non-self. And this is the most challenging and most distinctively Buddhist of all insights. We have discussed this intellectually, but now I want you to look for it directly in your experience. Where is this self you take yourself to be? When you look carefully at your experience, what do you actually find? You find sensations in the body, but are you these sensations? They change constantly, and you remain aware when they change, so they cannot be your essential self. You find feelings of pleasant, unpleasant, and neutral, but are you these feelings? They also change constantly, and are obviously not the unchanging self you seek. You find perceptions, mental impressions of sights and sounds and concepts, but are you these? They too arise and pass away moment by moment. You find thoughts and intentions, and other mental formations, but are you these? Watch your thoughts, and you will see they arise spontaneously. You do not create them deliberately, and they pass away on their own. So you cannot be your thoughts. You find consciousness, the knowing itself. But consciousness also arises and ceases depending on conditions, changes from moment to moment, and will end when these body and brain cease. So consciousness too cannot be the permanent self. Master Ryoshin stopped walking and turned to face Ren directly. When you look honestly at your experience, you cannot find a solid, unchanging, independent self anywhere. What you find is a process, a flow, a constantly changing stream of physical and mental phenomena that you have been taught to call I or me or mine, but which upon investigation reveals no actual entity corresponding to those labels. This is not nihilism, not saying that nothing exists or that you do not exist in any sense. Clearly there is experiencing happening. There is a continuity of pattern that allows conventional designation of a person. But the self we instinctively feel we are, the essential unchanging me at the core of experience, the controller and owner of life. This self is a fiction, a deeply ingrained habit of perception, but not an actual reality. And this fiction is the root of tremendous suffering. For all our fear, anxiety, defensiveness, and craving arise from trying to protect and gratify an entity that does not actually exist. When you see through this illusion directly, not just intellectually but in immediate perception, a profound release happens. The whole exhausting project of self-construction and self-defense can be dropped, and what remains is simple, open, responsive engagement with life without the contraction and burden of me and mine. Ren felt something shift as he listened, a loosening of something he had not known was tight. He tried the investigation Master Ryoshin suggested, looking for himself in his experience, and indeed could not find the solid entity he assumed he was. There was experiencing, but no experiencer separate from the experiences. There was awareness, but no one apart from awareness who possessed it. It was disorienting and even frightening, this not finding, but also strangely liberating, like discovering that the prison he had been trying to escape had no walls, had never actually existed except in belief. Is this enlightenment? He asked quietly. This seeing of non-self? Master Ryoshin smiled gently. It is a glimpse, he said, an important opening. Full enlightenment is when this seeing becomes so stable and complete that the habit of self-reference never arises again, when the illusion is permanently seen through and can never again deceive. That requires more practice, more deepening, but yes, you have touched it, and this glimpse will transform your practice going forward, for you now know experientially, not just intellectually, that what you have been protecting so fiercely is not what you thought it was. This knowing will gradually permeate your consciousness, changing everything. They resumed walking, and Master Ryoshin synthesized the teaching. These three characteristics, impermanence, unsatisfactoriness, and non-self, are not separate truths, but different facets of a single reality. Things are unsatisfactory because they are impermanent. Things are non-self because they are impermanent and unsatisfactory. All three point to the same truth. Conditioned phenomena are unreliable, unable to provide lasting happiness or solid identity, and clinging to them causes suffering. The practice is to see these characteristics not occasionally during meditation, but continuously in daily life, until perception itself is transformed and you no longer see the world through the filter of craving, aversion, and delusion, but through the clarity of wisdom. This is called vipassana, or insight meditation, using concentrated awareness to investigate the nature of reality directly and to see the three characteristics operating in every experience. As this insight deepens through repeated observation, the mind gradually releases its habitual clinging, for you cannot cling to what you clearly see is impermanent, unsatisfactory, and non-self. The release happens naturally, like a hand that has been gripping hot coals naturally lets go when it sees clearly what it is holding. Over the remaining days of the retreat, Ren devoted himself to this practice of insight, observing the three characteristics in everything he experienced. During sitting meditation, he watched thoughts and sensations arise and pass, seeing impermanence directly. He noticed how even pleasant states of calm or joy were tinged with unsatisfactoriness, for he could feel himself wanting them to last and fearing their ending. He investigated the sense of self, looking for who was meditating, and finding only the process of meditation happening without a controller. During walking meditation, he felt each step as a complex series of sensations, pressure, movement, balance, all arising and passing. No solid walker to be found. During meals, he tasted food with intense awareness, noticing how the pleasure of each bite peaked and faded, how satisfaction was momentary, how the self he thought was eating was nowhere to be found, only the process of eating occurring. During work periods, sweeping paths or washing dishes, he brought the same investigative awareness, seeing all activity as empty of self, impermanent, ultimately unsatisfying because it could not provide lasting fulfillment. The practice was not always easy. There were periods of agitation when his mind rebelled against the intensity of sustained attention. There were moments of doubt when he wondered whether he was wasting his time on esoteric investigations that had no practical value. There were episodes of fear when the dissolution of his familiar sense of self felt too destabilizing, too much like dying or going crazy. But Master Ryoshin reassured him during private interviews that all these reactions were normal, part of the process of transformation, resistance arising as old patterns were challenged. Just keep observing, the Master counseled. Do not fight the difficult states, simply include them in your awareness, seeing them too as impermanent, unsatisfactory, and non-self. This practice is radical surgery on consciousness, removing the root of suffering, and some discomfort during the procedure is natural. But the result is freedom beyond anything you have known, and it is worth whatever temporary difficulty arises along the way. On the final evening of the retreat, as the community gathered for a closing ceremony, Ren sat quietly reflecting on the week's practice. He felt different, though he could not fully articulate how. Something had shifted in his relationship to experience, a subtle loosening of the tight grip he had maintained on life, a beginning capacity to allow things to be as they were without constant manipulation and resistance. He had glimpsed directly what the teachings described, seen with his own awareness the truth of impermanence, suffering, and non-self. This direct seeing was different from believing or understanding intellectually. It was immediate and undeniable, and it had planted a seed that he sensed would continue growing, gradually transforming his perception and his life. He looked toward Master Ryoshin at the front of the hall and felt a surge of gratitude for this teacher who had guided him so skillfully, for this path that offered genuine liberation, for his own decision to seek truth rather than remain in comfortable ignorance. Master Ryoshin addressed the assembly as the ceremony concluded, his words simple and direct. "You have practiced well this week," he said. "You have looked honestly at reality and seen aspects of truth that most people avoid their entire lives. This is courageous work, and you should acknowledge yourselves for your commitment. But remember that retreat practice is preparation for life practice. The real test is whether you can maintain this quality of awareness as you return to your daily activities, whether the insights you have gained will inform your speech and action and choices, whether the peace you have touched will remain accessible when life becomes challenging. The path does not end when you leave the meditation hall. It continues in every moment, in every interaction, in every decision. Let the three characteristics you have contemplated become your constant companions, reminders to hold all things lightly, to live with urgency and appreciation, and to release the heavy burden of self-concern. Walk freely, live wisely, and may your practice benefit all beings." As the assembly bowed together and the retreat formally concluded, Ren felt he was not ending something, but beginning. That this week had been not a peak, but a foundation, and that the real journey was just now truly starting. The illusion of the separate self. Exploring anatta. In the weeks following the intensive retreat, Ren found himself naturally returning again and again to the teaching on non-self, anatta, for it both fascinated and unsettled him in ways that the other teachings did not. Impermanence he could understand and observe easily enough. Everything changed. That was obvious once he paid attention. Suffering was equally clear. Dissatisfaction pervaded conditioned existence. He felt it constantly. But non-self challenged something deeper, something so fundamental to his experience that questioning it felt almost dangerous, like pulling at a thread that might unravel his entire reality. Who was practicing if there was no self? Who would be liberated? Who was having these thoughts about no self? The questions circled in his mind, creating both curiosity and anxiety. Master Ryoshin, observing his students' preoccupation, decided it was time for a deeper exploration of this most radical Buddhist teaching, the insight that more than any other distinguished the Buddha's path from other spiritual traditions and philosophies. One morning he invited Ren to his private quarters, a simple room with a low table, a few books, and a window overlooking the valley below. Master Ryoshin poured tea and settled comfortably, his manner relaxed and open. The teaching of anatta, he began, is both the most liberating and the most threatening of all Buddhist insights. Liberating because it cuts the root of all suffering. Threatening because it challenges the most deeply held assumption of human consciousness, that there is a me at the center of experience, an essential self that is the subject of all that happens. This assumption runs so deep that most people never question it. They simply take it as obvious, as the starting point for all thinking and living. I exist, therefore I must protect myself, gratify myself, improve myself, defend myself against threats, accumulate things for myself, and on and on. The entire project of life organized around this phantom self. The Buddha's radical proposal was to look carefully at this assumed self and see if it actually exists in the way we believe it does. And what he discovered through sustained investigation was astonishing. The self, as we normally conceive it, as a permanent, unchanging, independent entity that owns experience and stands behind thoughts and actions as their author. This self is a construction, a fiction, a case of mistaken identity. What actually exists is quite different. To understand non-self, Master Ryoshin continued, we must first understand what we mean by self and what assumptions we are making. When you say I or me, what are you referring to? Most people have a vague sense of an inner essence, something that was there when they were born and will be there when they die, something that remains the same even as everything else changes, something that is the real them beneath all the surface variations of mood and circumstance. This intuitive sense of self seems self-evident, but let us examine it carefully. Is there really something unchanging at your core? You are not the same person you were as a child, not physically, not mentally, not emotionally. Every cell in your body has been replaced. Every opinion and preference has evolved. Memories have faded and been reconstructed. Skills have been gained and lost. Relationships have come and gone. So where is the unchanging self in all this change? Perhaps you might say it is not the content that remains the same, but the container, the awareness itself that knows all these changes. But consciousness too changes. It comes and goes daily in the cycle of sleep and waking. It varies in quality from moment to moment, bright and clear sometimes, dull and foggy other times. And it depends entirely on conditions like the health of the brain and nervous system. When those conditions cease at death, consciousness ceases too. So consciousness cannot be the permanent self either. Perhaps, Master Ryoshin said, the self is not one thing, but the collection of things that make up a person. Body, mind, personality, memories, all of it together constitutes the self. But the Buddha analyzed this collection carefully and showed that it does not hold together as a unified self either. He described what we call a person as 5 aggregates or heaps of phenomena. The first aggregate is form or materiality, the physical body with all its elements and processes. The second is feeling, the pleasant, unpleasant, or neutral tone that colors every experience. The third is perception, the recognition and interpretation of sensory information. The fourth is mental formations, which includes all the mental activities like thinking, intending, remembering, imagining, all the factors that shape consciousness. The fifth is consciousness itself, the basic awareness that knows the other 4. Now, the Buddha asked, which of these aggregates is the self? Is the body the self? No, because you can lose parts of your body and still feel like yourself. Because you do not control your body entirely, it ages and sickens without your permission. And because you can observe your body as an object, which means you cannot be identical with it. Are feelings the self? Master Ryoshin continued his exposition. No, feelings arise and pass constantly without your control. You do not choose what to feel. And you can observe feelings as objects in awareness, so you cannot be identical with them. Are perceptions the self? No. Perceptions depend on sense organs and external objects and brain functioning. They are constantly shifting, and they can be mistaken, seeing things that are not there, or failing to see things that are. Are mental formations the self? No. Thoughts arise spontaneously, without a thinker deliberately creating them. Try to stop thinking, and you will see that you cannot, which means thoughts are not under the control of a self, and you can observe thoughts as objects, watching them come and go, so you cannot be identical with them. Is consciousness the self? No. Consciousness arises dependent on conditions, sense organ plus sense object plus attention, and it ceases when conditions cease. You do not consciously maintain your consciousness, it happens automatically. And in deep sleep, it disappears entirely, only to reappear upon waking. So consciousness too cannot be the unchanging, independent self. The Buddha concluded that none of the 5 aggregates individually, and not all of them together, constitute a self in the sense we normally mean: permanent, unchanging, independent, and in control. But Ren, Master Ryoshin said, leaning forward with intensity, this is not just a philosophical game or an abstract analysis. This is an invitation to look directly at your own experience and see if you can find what you have always assumed was there. Right now, as you sit here listening to me, where is the self? Look for it. You will find sensations in the body, but are you these sensations or are you aware of them? You will find thoughts about what I am saying, but are you these thoughts or are you aware of them? You will find perhaps some feeling, interest or confusion or resistance, but are you this feeling or are you aware of it? Every time you look for the self, you find either an object being observed or the observing itself, but never a separate observer standing behind the observing, owning it, controlling it. The observing is happening, but there is no observer separate from it. Experiencing is happening, but there is no experiencer separate from experience. This is the direct insight of anatta. What we call self is a process, not an entity, a verb, not a noun, a river, not a thing flowing in the river, and this process is empty of the characteristics we attribute to self. Not permanent because constantly changing, not independent because arising dependently on conditions, not in control because happening automatically in response to causes. Master Ryoshin paused to let this sink in, then continued with a gentler tone. I know this teaching can be frightening when first encountered deeply, for it seems to threaten our very existence. If there is no self, who am I? If there is no me, what is the point of anything? These fears are natural, but based on misunderstanding. The teaching of anatta does not deny that there is a conventional person, a pattern of continuity that allows us to function in the world, to have relationships, to learn and grow, to practice the path. In conventional reality, there is a Ren who came to this monastery, who studies with me, who will continue to exist and hopefully will awaken. The teaching of non-self operates at a deeper level of analysis, examining the ultimate nature of what we call person, and finding that it is not what we instinctively believe it to be. It is not denying your existence, but clarifying what you actually are. Not a solid, permanent, independent entity, but a fluid, changing, interdependent process. And here is the crucial point. This clarification is liberating, not nihilistic. When you see that there is no solid self to protect, defend, and gratify, an enormous burden lifts. So much of your energy has gone into the project of self, building self-esteem, defending self-image, pursuing self-interest, worrying about self-survival. When you see through the illusion of self, that whole exhausting project can be dropped, and what remains is simple presence, responsive engagement with life, without the constant contraction of self-concern. Think about it this way, Master Ryoshin offered, using one of his many skillful metaphors. Imagine waves on the ocean. Each wave arises, exists briefly with its own shape and character, and then subsides back into the ocean. While it exists, we can point to it and say that wave, giving it temporary identity. But the wave is not separate from the ocean. It is the ocean temporarily manifesting in wave form, and when it subsides, nothing is lost. The ocean continues. In the same way, what we call self is not separate from the totality of existence, but is existence temporarily manifesting in this particular form, this particular pattern of body and mind that we call Ren or Ryoshin or any name. The pattern has a relative reality and continuity, just as the wave does while it rises and falls, but it is not separate, not permanent, not independently existing. When you identify with the wave, you suffer, for the wave will inevitably subside and you fear that as death, as the end of you. But when you recognize yourself as the ocean manifesting as a wave, there is no fear, for you see that you are not limited to this temporary form, and its subsiding is simply a return to the vastness that you always were. This is the liberation that comes from seeing through the illusion of separate self. Not annihilation, but recognition of your true nature as inseparable from all existence. Over the following days, Ren worked intensively with the teaching on anatta, bringing the investigation into his meditation and daily life. During sitting practice, he repeatedly looked for the self, searching in body sensations, in feelings, in thoughts, in consciousness itself, and each time finding only phenomena arising and passing, no entity to be found. In daily activities, he practiced sensing the automatic nature of action, the body walking without a walker, the mouth speaking without a speaker, thoughts thinking without a thinker, life living itself without a separate someone making it happen. This was disorienting at first, as his habitual sense of being a doer, a controller, an author of his experience began to dissolve. But gradually, a different way of being emerged, more relaxed and fluid, less burdened by the weight of self-concern. He noticed that when the sense of self was not strongly present, there was a natural kindness and openness. For defensiveness and selfishness require a self to defend and serve. He noticed that when not identified with the thinker of thoughts, thoughts lost much of their power to disturb. They were just mental events arising and passing, not personal declarations about reality or self that must be believed and defended. One afternoon, while working in the garden, Ren had a moment of profound clarity. He was pulling weeds, a simple repetitive task, and his mind had settled into a state of relaxed focus. Suddenly, the sense of Ren doing the weeding dropped away entirely, and there was just weeding happening, pulling happening, breathing happening, birdsong happening, all of it arising in awareness without anyone at the center making it happen or owning it. It lasted only a few seconds before self-consciousness returned with the thought that was amazing, and that very thought recreated the sense of someone having an amazing experience. But the glimpse was enough, a direct taste of what the teaching pointed to, experiencing without an experiencer, living without the burden of a separate self. He felt a lightness and joy that seemed to have no cause, simply the natural state of awareness when not contracted around the fiction of me and mine. Later, when he shared this experience with Master Ryoshin, the teacher smiled with evident satisfaction. "Yes," he said, "you have touched it directly now. That spacious, open, joyful quality is your natural state when the illusion of self is not active. With continued practice, that glimpse will deepen and stabilize until it becomes your constant way of being, and then you will know the freedom that the Buddha promised. Freedom not from life, but from the suffering that comes from misidentifying what you are." As weeks passed, Ren noticed that his practice was changing in subtle ways. There was less striving, for who was there to strive? Less comparing himself to others, for who was there to be better or worse? Less fear about the future, for what self was there to be threatened? Problems still arose, challenges still presented themselves, but they were met more lightly, without the heavy overlay of personal drama. He was learning to live from awareness itself rather than from the constructed sense of self, and this made everything simpler, more direct, more vivid. Master Ryoshin observed these changes and knew that his student was maturing in practice, moving from intellectual understanding toward embodied realization. The teaching of anatta was taking root, slowly transforming Ren from a separate self-seeking liberation to the awareness that had always been free, simply recognizing itself. The path was working as it had for countless practitioners before him, and the master felt confident that if Ren continued with patience and sincerity, full awakening would flower in its own time, natural and inevitable as spring following winter, light following darkness, freedom following the clear seeing of what had always been true, the web of interdependence, understanding dependent origination. The autumn deepened into early winter, and the monastery grounds transformed with the season. The last leaves fell from cherry and maple trees, leaving bare branches stark against grey skies. Frost became more frequent, and monks wrapped themselves in heavier robes as they moved through their daily routines. The change of seasons provided Master Ryoshin with a natural teaching opportunity, and one cold morning, he invited Ren to walk with him through the forest, where evidence of interdependence and constant change was everywhere apparent. They moved slowly through groves of pine and bamboo, their breath visible in the chill air, and the master began speaking about one of the Buddha's most profound insights, the teaching of dependent origination, or pratyasamutpada in Sanskrit, which describes how all phenomena arise in dependence on causes and conditions, and cease when those causes and conditions are no longer present. This teaching, Master Ryoshin explained, is intimately connected to the teaching of non-self. For if all things arise dependently, then nothing has independent, intrinsic, permanent existence. Nothing can be identified as a separate self standing alone and in control. Everything exists only in relation, only in the vast web of interconnection that is reality itself. Dependent origination, Master Ryoshin said as they paused beside a stream whose flow had slowed with the cold, can be understood at multiple levels, from simple to profound. At the simplest level, it is the observation that all conditioned things arise through causes and conditions. This tree, for example, exists because of a seed, soil, water, sunlight, air, minerals, and countless other factors. Remove any essential factor, and the tree does not arise. The tree is not self-created, not independently existing, but dependently arisen, and it will cease when conditions no longer support it. The same is true for everything. A sound arises when something vibrates the air, and an ear is present to hear it. Remove either condition, and there is no sound. A thought arises when certain neurological conditions are present, certain memories and associations, certain stimuli, and it ceases when conditions change. Even something as seemingly solid as a mountain exists only because of the conditions that formed it, geological forces operating over millions of years, and it too will eventually erode and cease when conditions no longer maintain its form. Nothing, not one single thing in all of conditioned reality exists independently or permanently. Everything is contingent, everything is dependently arisen. Everything exists only in this vast web of causation, where all things condition and are conditioned by all other things. But the Buddha went deeper than this general observation, Master Ryoshin continued. He specifically analyzed the dependent origination of suffering, tracing the chain of conditions that keeps beings trapped in cycles of dissatisfaction and confusion. This analysis is traditionally described as 12 links in a chain, each link conditioning the next, with the whole cycle perpetuating itself until wisdom breaks the chain. Master Ryoshin explained that while the complete teaching of the 12 links was complex and could be studied for years, the essential insight was accessible. Suffering does not arise randomly or from a single cause, but from a complex web of conditions. And by understanding these conditions and removing key links, the entire cycle can be stopped. The first link is ignorance, not knowing reality as it actually is, not seeing impermanence, non-self, and suffering clearly. This fundamental ignorance conditions the second link, which is karmic formations, the habitual patterns of thinking and acting that arise from misunderstanding reality. These patterns condition the third link, consciousness that carries the imprint of past actions and conditions future experience. Master Ryoshin continued explaining the chain as they resumed walking. Consciousness conditions name and form, which refers to the mental and physical aspects of existence, the entire mind-body organism. Name and form conditions the 6 sense bases: eye, ear, nose, tongue, body, and mind, the apparatus through which we experience the world. The 6 sense bases condition contact, the meeting of sense organ, sense object, and consciousness that allows experience to occur. Contact conditions feeling, the pleasant, unpleasant, or neutral tone we've explored before. Feeling conditions craving, the grasping toward pleasant experiences, the pushing away of unpleasant ones, and the ignoring of neutral ones. Craving conditions clinging, which is intensified craving that creates solid identification and attachment. Clinging conditions becoming, the creation and maintenance of identity, the sense of being a separate self with its characteristics and possessions and relationships. Becoming conditions birth, the arising of self in each moment of identification. And birth conditions aging, death, sorrow, lamentation, pain, grief, and despair, the entire mass of suffering that comes from identifying with what is impermanent and non-self. But here is the crucial point, Master Ryoshin said, stopping to face Ren directly. This is not a one-time process that happened in the past, not just an explanation of how beings are born into existence. This is happening constantly, moment to moment, right now. In every moment, ignorance conditions formations, conditions consciousness, and on through the links until suffering arises. And then the cycle begins again, perpetuating itself thousands of times per day. When you see something attractive, contact occurs, pleasant feeling arises, craving arises, you reach for it mentally or physically, clinging happens, the sense of me wanting this solidifies, and suffering is born in the gap between wanting and having, or in the fear of losing what you grasp, or in the disappointment when the desired thing does not satisfy as expected. This entire sequence happens so fast that you usually do not notice the steps. You simply find yourself suffering and do not understand why. The practice is to slow down the process through mindfulness, to catch it at various links and see clearly how one condition leads to the next, and then to break the chain at a crucial link. The chain can be broken at multiple points, Master Ryoshin explained, but the most accessible and powerful intervention is at the link between feeling and craving. When pleasant feeling arises, if you can be mindful of it without immediately grasping toward it, craving does not arise, and the rest of the chain is interrupted. When unpleasant feeling arises, if you can be aware of it without immediately pushing it away, aversion, which is just another form of craving, does not arise, and again, the chain is broken. This is why mindfulness of feeling tone is such an important practice. By maintaining awareness at that crucial link, seeing feeling as just feeling, neither grasping nor rejecting, you prevent the automatic arising of craving. And without craving, there is no clinging, no solid sense of self invested in the outcome, no suffering. This does not mean you become passive or uncaring, unable to make choices or take action. It means your actions arise from wisdom and appropriate response, rather than from blind craving and aversion. You can prefer pleasant to unpleasant without desperately craving it. You can avoid harm without being enslaved by aversion, and this balanced engagement allows much more effective action because it is not distorted by the reactivity of craving. But ultimately, Master Ryoshin continued as they walked on. The deepest intervention is at the very first link: ignorance. When ignorance is replaced by wisdom, when you see clearly the three characteristics of impermanence, non-self, and suffering, when you understand dependent origination itself, the entire chain loses its power. With wisdom, formations still arise but are not binding. Consciousness continues but is not confused. Feeling arises but does not trigger craving, and the whole cycle of suffering ceases even while life continues. This is Nibba with remainder, liberation while still alive in the body, experiencing the world but no longer caught in the web of reactive suffering. This is the goal of insight meditation: to see dependent origination so clearly that you are free from its binding power, to understand the conditions of suffering so thoroughly that you no longer create those conditions, and thus to dwell in peace regardless of circumstances. And paradoxically, this seeing reveals that there never was anyone bound in the first place, only the process of binding happening due to ignorance, and with wisdom, the process ceases and the freedom that was always present is recognized. Ren walked in silence, absorbing the teaching, seeing connections to everything he had learned before. Dependent origination explained why there was no self. Because everything arises dependently, nothing has independent existence. It explained impermanence. Because things depend on conditions, when conditions change, things change. It explained suffering. Because we do not see dependent origination clearly, we relate to dependently arisen phenomena as though they were permanent and independent, and this misrelation creates suffering. And it pointed to liberation. By understanding the conditions of suffering, those conditions can be removed and suffering ceases. The teaching was like a key that unlocked all the others, showing how they fit together into a complete understanding. As they returned to the monastery for the midday meal, Ren felt a deepening appreciation for the Buddha's wisdom, for the comprehensiveness and coherence of the path, for the way each teaching supported and illuminated the others, creating not just a philosophy, but a complete map of human experience and the way to freedom. That afternoon, Ren practiced what Master Ryoshin had taught, bringing attention to the arising of experience and trying to see the dependent nature of each moment. When a sound occurred, he noticed how it depended on something vibrating, air carrying the vibration, an ear to receive it, and attention to notice it. Remove any factor, and the experience would not arise. When a thought occurred, he noticed how it arose from previous thoughts, from external stimuli, from memory and association, not created by a self, but arising dependently from conditions. When pleasant feeling arose during a moment of warmth from the sun streaming through a window, he watched carefully to see if craving would follow. And sometimes it did, and sometimes it did not, depending on how mindful he was. When craving did arise, he watched it condition a sense of self-investment, of me wanting this warmth, and could see how suffering arose in the clinging and the fear of the sun moving and the warmth ending. When craving did not arise because mindfulness was strong, the pleasant feeling was simply enjoyed without the overlay of grasping, and there was no suffering, just simple appreciation. This was dependent origination in action, visible in immediate experience, and seeing it brought both understanding and freedom. Over the weeks that followed, Ren continued exploring this teaching in practice and in discussion with Master Ryoshin. he began to see the implications extending far beyond personal suffering to all of life and society. Wars, environmental destruction, social injustice, all arose through dependent origination, through chains of cause and effect that could be understood and potentially interrupted. Seeing this made him feel both the weight of responsibility, understanding that actions have consequences that ripple outward, and the possibility of hope, knowing that suffering is not inevitable or random, but arises from conditions that can be changed. He also began to appreciate the teaching of interdependence at a deeper level, seeing how nothing exists in isolation, how his own existence depended on countless beings and factors, how his actions affected others in ways he could not fully trace, how separation was an illusion and connection was the fundamental reality. This seeing naturally gave rise to compassion, for if all beings are interdependent, caught in the same web of conditions, then their suffering is not separate from his own, and their liberation contributes to the liberation of all. The teaching of dependent origination was transforming his understanding of self and other, of inner and outer, of practice and life, showing him that these apparent dualities were conceptual divisions imposed on a reality that was actually seamless, interconnected, empty of independent existence, and therefore infinitely more mysterious and wonderful than he had ever imagined. Master Ryoushin watched his students' growing understanding with quiet satisfaction. Ren was no longer just learning concepts, but seeing reality more clearly, and this seeing was changing him from within, making him kinder, wiser, more present, less reactive, and more capable of genuine peace. The master knew that the path was progressing as it should, that each teaching was building on the others, that understanding was deepening into realization, and that if Ren continued with patience and diligence, awakening was not a distant goal, but an unfolding process already well underway. On a cold evening, as snow began to fall softly over the monastery, Master Ryoushin stood at his window watching the white flakes drift down, each one unique, each one depending on particular conditions of temperature and moisture and air currents, each one dissolving when it touched warm ground, perfect expressions of impermanence and dependent arising. He thought of all his students past and present, each one a unique expression of the causes and conditions that had brought them to practice, each one with the potential to awaken and become themselves a cause for others' awakening. Links in the endless chain of teaching and transformation that stretched back to the Buddha and forward into the unknowable future. And he felt gratitude for his own place in that chain, gratitude for the opportunity to serve, and gratitude for students like Ren who brought fresh energy and sincere seeking to the ancient path, ensuring that it would continue turning the wheel of dharma, liberating beings for generations yet to come, the heart of compassion, cultivating the immeasurables. Winter settled firmly over the mountains, bringing frequent snow and cold that tested the endurance of even the most experienced monks. The monastery became a quiet world of white and grey, its routines continuing but with a quality of inward turning, as though nature itself was calling all beings to deepen their practice and find warmth not from external fires, but from the heart's inner light. During this season, Master Ryoushin turned Ren's attention to what are called the four immeasurables, or Brahma Viharas, the divine abodes that the Buddha taught as essential qualities to cultivate alongside wisdom. These are loving kindness, compassion, sympathetic joy, and equanimity, and together they form the emotional and relational dimension of awakening, ensuring that liberation produces not cold detachment but warm engagement, not indifference but care, not isolation but connection. The master explained that while much of their practice so far had emphasized insight and understanding, developing wisdom that sees reality clearly, this wisdom would be incomplete and potentially unbalanced without an equally developed heart. without the capacity to meet all beings with love and care. One cannot awaken fully with only wisdom or only compassion. Both are essential wings of the bird that flies to freedom. Master Ryoshin began with loving kindness, called metta in Pali, which is the quality of wishing all beings well, of extending goodwill without discrimination or expectation of return. This is not romantic love or attachment, which is mixed with craving and selfish desire, but rather a spacious friendliness toward all of life, a basic orientation of benevolence and care. Loving kindness is the wish that all beings be happy, healthy, safe, and at ease, and it is cultivated through formal practice and through intentional shifts in how we relate to ourselves and others. Master Ryoshin taught Ren the traditional loving-kindness meditation, which begins with directing kind wishes toward oneself. Sit comfortably, the master instructed. Close your eyes and silently repeat phrases like, "May I be happy, may I be healthy, may I be safe, may I be at ease." Really feel the meaning of the words. Let them touch your heart. Allow yourself to receive your own goodwill. This first step is crucial and often difficult, for many people find it easier to extend kindness to others than to themselves. But if you cannot be kind to yourself, your kindness to others will be strained and unsustainable, tinged with resentment or a sense of obligation rather than arising from genuine overflow of a kind heart. After establishing loving kindness toward oneself, the practice expands in circles, Master Ryoshin explained. Next, bring to mind someone you love or feel grateful toward, a benefactor or dear friend, and direct the same phrases toward them. May you be happy, may you be healthy, may you be safe, may you be at ease. Visualize them as you say the phrases. Feel your heart opening toward them. Allow natural warmth and care to flow. Then expand further to a neutral person, someone you neither particularly like nor dislike. Perhaps someone you see regularly but do not know well. This is more challenging because we tend to be indifferent to neutral people. But the practice is to recognize their humanity, their desire for happiness and freedom from suffering, and to extend the same goodwill to them that you would to a friend. Then, if you are ready and it feels workable, bring to mind someone difficult, someone you have conflict with or dislike, and challenge yourself to extend loving kindness even to them. This does not mean condoning harmful behavior or pretending you are not hurt or angry, but it means recognizing that this person, like all beings, suffers and seeks happiness, and wishing them well despite the difficulty in the relationship. Finally, expand loving kindness to all beings everywhere, without limit or exception. May all beings be happy. May all beings be healthy. May all beings be safe. May all beings be at ease. Ren practiced this meditation daily, and at first, it felt mechanical, just repeating words without much feeling. But Master Ryoshin encouraged him to be patient, explaining that the practice works gradually, softening the heart over time, like water wearing away stone. Slowly, Ren began to notice changes. He found himself naturally friendlier in interactions, more patient with others' imperfections, less quick to judgment and irritation. When conflicts arose, he could access a quality of kindness beneath the reactivity, remembering that the other person was suffering just as he sometimes suffered, and this made him more willing to forgive, to seek understanding rather than to defend and attack. The practice was transforming his default emotional stance from guarded and self-protective to open and caring, and this made life feel richer and more connected, less isolated and anxious. He realized that much of his previous suffering had come not just from external circumstances, but from his own heart's contracted state, its inability to extend care freely, and that as the heart opened through metta practice, suffering naturally decreased even when circumstances remained challenging. The second immeasurable Master Ryoshin taught is compassion, karuna in Pali, which is the quality of being moved by suffering and wishing to alleviate it. While loving kindness is the wish that beings be happy, compassion is the response to beings who are not happy, who are experiencing pain and difficulty. Compassion arises naturally when we see suffering clearly and feel our connection to the one suffering, when we recognize that their pain is not essentially different from our own, that we are all vulnerable, all subject to illness and loss and fear and death. The practice of compassion is similar to loving kindness, but focuses specifically on suffering. Bring to mind someone who is suffering, Master Ryoshin instructed. Perhaps someone who is ill or grieving or struggling, and as you visualize them, feel the natural response of compassion arising, the wish for their suffering to end. Silently repeat phrases like, "May you be free from suffering. May you find peace. May you be held with care." Let your heart open to their pain without being overwhelmed by it, maintaining your own stability while extending care toward their struggle. This is the balance of compassion. Feeling with others without drowning in their suffering, maintaining enough equanimity to actually be helpful rather than simply adding your own distress to the situation. Master Ryoshin emphasized that true compassion includes both the feeling and the action, both the inner response of care and the outer expression of help when appropriate and possible. Compassion without wisdom can become enabling or intrusive, trying to fix others' problems in ways that do not actually serve them, or burning out from trying to save everyone. Compassion with wisdom recognizes the limits of what you can do, understands that others must walk their own paths, and offers help in ways that genuinely support without creating dependency or taking away others' agency. The Buddha's compassion was tireless but also wise, offering teaching to those ready to hear it, remaining silent when words would not help, engaging actively with the world but not attached to particular outcomes, caring deeply while also understanding that suffering ultimately ends through each being's own practice and awakening. This is the compassion Ren was learning to cultivate, warm-hearted but clear-eyed, caring but not overwhelming, willing to help but also respecting others' autonomy and the natural unfolding of their own journey. The third immeasurable is sympathetic joy, mudita in Pali, which is the quality of delighting in others' happiness and good fortune. This might seem easier than the first two, but Master Ryoshin explained that it is actually quite challenging in practice because it runs counter to the ego's tendency toward comparison, envy, and competition. When someone succeeds or experiences joy, the ego often feels threatened, wonders why we do not have what they have, feels diminished by their gain. Sympathetic joy is the antidote to envy, the practice of genuinely celebrating others' good fortune as though it were our own. Recognizing that in the web of interdependence, others' happiness contributes to the total happiness in the world, and therefore to our own well-being. The practice is to notice when envy or resentment arises in response to others' success, to acknowledge it honestly without judgment, and then to deliberately cultivate the opposite. May your happiness continue. May your success bring you fulfillment. May your joy increase. This is not pretending to feel what you do not feel, but actively retraining the heart away from the scarcity mentality that sees others' gain as your loss, toward the abundance mentality that sees happiness as something that increases when shared and celebrated. Ren found this practice particularly challenging when another student received special recognition from the teachers or seemed to progress faster in practice. The immediate response was comparison and self-criticism or subtle resentment of the other student. But when he applied the sympathetic joy practice, deliberately choosing to feel happy for the other student's progress, something shifted. The contracted feeling of envy loosened, and he discovered that celebrating others' success actually made him happier, created a sense of connection rather than competition, and reminded him that the path was not a race with winners and losers, but a shared journey where each person's awakening contributed to the whole. Master Ryoshin smiled when Ren shared this discovery. "Yes," he said, "sympathetic joy reveals a deep truth. Happiness is not a limited resource to be hoarded, but a quality that multiplies when shared. The more you practice delighting in others' joy, the more joy becomes available to you, for you are not limiting yourself to only your own direct experiences of happiness, but can participate vicariously in the happiness of all beings. This makes the world an immensely richer place and your own heart much lighter." The fourth and final immeasurable is equanimity, upekkha in Pali, which is the quality of balanced, spacious awareness that remains stable through all circumstances. Equanimity is not indifference or coldness, not checking out or ceasing to care, but rather a deep acceptance of reality as it is, a recognition that life includes both pleasure and pain, success and failure, praise and blame, and that we can meet all of it with steadiness and grace. Equanimity is what allows the other three immeasurables to remain balanced and sustainable. Without equanimity, loving kindness can become sentimental attachment, compassion can become overwhelming empathetic distress, and sympathetic joy can become dependent on others' happiness. Equanimity provides the stable ground from which the heart can extend care without being destabilized by the ups and downs of life. Master Ryoshin taught that equanimity is cultivated through the insight practices they had been studying, through seeing impermanence and non-self clearly, and through repeatedly meeting difficulty with acceptance rather than resistance. It is the fruit of wisdom applied to emotional life, the natural state of a mind that understands reality deeply and therefore is not constantly thrown off balance by the inevitable changes and challenges that arise. The practice of equanimity includes reflecting on certain truths, Master Ryoshin explained. All beings are the owners of their karma, their actions and their consequences. I cannot prevent their suffering or guarantee their happiness through my will alone. Each being must walk their own path, make their own choices, learn their own lessons, and I can offer support, but cannot walk the path for them. Life includes both joy and sorrow. Both are natural and inevitable, and I can embrace both without needing one and rejecting the other. My peace does not depend on controlling circumstances, but on relating wisely to whatever circumstances arise. These reflections, when contemplated deeply and repeatedly, build equanimity, helping you to care deeply while also accepting what you cannot change, to engage fully while also letting go of outcomes, to love without clinging, to grieve without being destroyed by grief, to celebrate without desperately grasping for more. Equanimity is the wisdom that allows the heart to stay open through all of life's seasons, not hardening in bitterness, not shattering in overwhelm, but remaining tender yet strong, caring yet free, engaged yet at peace. As winter deepened and Ren practiced the four immeasurables consistently, he felt a transformation in his emotional life that was as significant as the conceptual understanding he had gained earlier. His heart was becoming both softer and stronger, more capable of feeling and less overwhelmed by feeling, more connected to others and less dependent on them for his own well-being, more loving and less needy. He understood now that awakening was not just about seeing clearly, but about loving well, that wisdom and compassion were inseparable, that the fully awakened being is not an isolated sage meditating alone, but a warm presence in the world, offering care and teaching to all who cross their path. He thought of the Buddha after his enlightenment, who could have remained in solitary bliss, but instead chose to teach for 45 years, traveling constantly, meeting people of all backgrounds, offering the Dharma freely to all who would listen. This was compassion in action, wisdom expressing itself as care, and it showed that true liberation does not lead away from the world, but more fully into it, equipped with an open heart and clear mind that can meet all beings with beneficial presence. Master Ryoshin observed Ren's development with deep satisfaction, seeing the integration of wisdom and compassion that marked real maturity in practice. One snowy evening, as they sat together drinking tea in the warm common room while wind howled outside, the master spoke quietly. "You are becoming complete," he said. "Not perfect, for the practice continues as long as life continues, but complete in the sense that you are developing both wings, both wisdom and compassion, both clarity and care. This is essential for a wisdom that does not flower as compassion is cold and incomplete, and a compassion that is not rooted in wisdom is unstable and unsustainable. But when both develop together, supporting and balancing each other, then you become truly beneficial to yourself and to all beings you encounter. Continue cultivating the immeasurables. Let them permeate your consciousness, and they will carry you all the way to awakening. For the fully awakened heart is nothing other than these four qualities perfected: unlimited love, unlimited compassion, unlimited joy, and unlimited equanimity, embracing all beings without exception and all experiences without resistance. This is the heart of the Dharma, and you are discovering it not just as teaching, but as your own true nature gradually revealed. Walking the middle way, balance in practice and life. As the year turned and winter began its slow transition towards spring, Master Ryoshin decided it was time to address an issue that many practitioners encounter: the tendency toward extremes in practice and life. He had noticed in Ren a pattern of oscillation, periods of intense effort alternating with periods of discouragement and laxity, enthusiastic adoption of strict rules followed by rebellion and loosening, swings between severe self-criticism and self-indulgent excuse-making. This was natural and common, the master knew, but it was also an obstacle to steady progress and needed to be addressed directly. One afternoon, he invited Ren to his quarters and began speaking about one of the Buddha's core teachings: the middle way, the balanced approach that avoids extremes and finds the sustainable path between them. This teaching, Master Ryoshin said, was central to the Buddha's own awakening story, for before he discovered the path to liberation, he himself had tried both extremes and found both wanting. Understanding his journey can help you understand your own and find the balance that will serve your practice best. Master Ryoshin recounted how the Buddha, then still Siddhartha, had first tried the extreme of sensual indulgence, living in luxury in his father's palaces, surrounded by every pleasure and comfort. But he had found this life profoundly unsatisfying, recognizing that no amount of external pleasure could address the deep questions about suffering and meaning that haunted him. So he left the palace and tried the opposite extreme: severe asceticism, harsh self-denial, pushing his body to the limits of endurance in the belief that punishing the flesh would liberate the spirit. For 6 years, he practiced extreme austerities, fasting until he was nearly skeletal, enduring pain and discomfort deliberately, suppressing all natural desires and pleasures. But this too failed to bring awakening. Instead, it weakened his body and mind to the point where he could barely function, and he realized that self-torture was no more effective than self-indulgence in producing genuine freedom. At that crucial moment, he remembered a childhood experience of spontaneous meditative absorption that had arisen naturally while he was sitting peacefully under a tree. And he realized that the path to awakening need not involve extreme suffering, that pleasure and ease were not obstacles, but could actually support practice when approached wisely. This realization led the Buddha to what he called the middle way, Master Ryoshin explained. a path that avoids both the extreme of indulgence and the extreme of mortification, that neither runs toward pleasure nor flees from it, that neither grasps at comfort nor punishes the body, but maintains a balanced, moderate approach that supports both physical well-being and mental clarity. The middle way recognizes that we need healthy bodies to practice effectively, that exhausting or punishing ourselves creates more obstacles than it removes, and that sustainable practice is moderate practice, not constantly pushing to extremes, but maintaining steady, consistent effort over the long term. Ren, I have noticed in you the tendency to swing between extremes, pushing very hard for a period, and then collapsing into laxity when the effort becomes unsustainable, being very strict with yourself, and then rebelling against your own strictness. This pattern is common, but it is exhausting and inefficient. What serves better is to find your sustainable pace, the level of effort and discipline that you can maintain year after year through all seasons and circumstances, without burning out or giving up. This is the middle way applied to practice. But the middle way is not only about meditation practice, Master Ryoshin continued. It applies to all aspects of life. In relationship to material things, the middle way means neither pursuing wealth and possessions as the source of happiness, nor rejecting them entirely as evil, but using material resources skillfully to support well-being without becoming enslaved to acquisition and consumption. You need food, clothing, shelter, medicine. These are legitimate needs, and the middle way honors them. But you do not need luxury or excess, and pursuing those becomes a distraction from what matters. In relationship to pleasure, the middle way means neither seeking pleasure as life's goal nor rejecting all pleasure as wrong, but enjoying what naturally arises without grasping and without guilt. When good food is available, enjoy it fully, but do not organize your life around the pursuit of culinary pleasure. When the body is comfortable, appreciate the comfort, but do not become dependent on always being comfortable. In relationship to ethics, the middle way means neither rigid adherence to rules for their own sake nor complete permissiveness, but understanding the spirit and purpose of ethical guidelines and applying them with wisdom and flexibility. Master Ryoshin offered concrete examples to illustrate the middle way in practice. In meditation, he said, the middle way means neither forcing concentration with great tension, nor allowing the mind to wander in complete distraction, but applying gentle, persistent effort, like tuning a stringed instrument to just the right tension. When you notice your mind has wandered, you do not punish yourself with harsh self-criticism. That is an extreme. But you also do not simply give up and follow every distraction. That is the other extreme. Instead, you gently note that the mind wandered and gently return attention to your object as many times as needed, with patience and kindness toward yourself. In daily life, the middle way means meeting responsibilities and engaging with the world, not running away to some imagined perfect environment, but also not becoming completely consumed by worldly concerns at the expense of practice. You maintain relationships, do your work, participate in community, but you also protect time and energy for meditation, study, and cultivation. You are in the world, but not enslaved by it, engaged, but not overwhelmed. Regarding food and eating, Master Ryoshin offered another example. The middle way means eating enough to maintain health and energy, but not so much that you become sluggish and dull. It means eating mindfully, tasting and appreciating your food, but not becoming obsessed with gourmet experiences or using food as primary entertainment and comfort. It means neither rigid dietary rules that create stress and self-righteousness, nor complete indiscriminate eating without any awareness of health and impact. Regarding sleep, the middle way means getting enough rest to be alert and functional, but not sleeping excessively as a form of escape or laziness. Regarding speech, It means neither talking constantly to fill every silence, nor maintaining rigid silence that cuts you off from beneficial connection and communication. In every area of life, the middle way asks you to find the balance point, the sustainable middle between extremes. And this balance point may be different for different people and different at different times, requiring ongoing awareness and adjustment rather than following fixed rules mechanically. Ren listened carefully, recognizing his own patterns in what Master Ryoshin described. He had indeed been swinging between extremes, sometimes meditating for hours until his body ached unbearably and his mind became dull with exhaustion, then giving up meditation almost entirely for days when the accumulated strain became too much. He had tried periods of very restricted diet, eating only the simplest foods in minimal quantities, then later rebounding into eating whatever he wanted whenever he wanted. He had alternated between harsh self-judgment for every perceived failing and complete excuse-making that justified every impulse. These swings were exhausting and created little lasting progress. The idea of a sustainable middle path, of steady, moderate practice maintained consistently over time, was simultaneously less dramatic and more appealing, less exciting, but more realistic. Master Ryoshin saw Ren's recognition and nodded. "Yes," he said. "The extremes are seductive because they feel dramatic and intense. They give the ego something to identify with, the heroic ascetic or the liberated free spirit. But they do not work, or they work only temporarily at great cost. The middle way is less dramatic, but far more effective, like the steady flow of a river that over time carves canyons through solid rock, while the dramatic waterfall, though spectacular, accomplishes less actual transformation." The master continued with further guidance. "To find your middle way, you must know yourself, must understand your own patterns and tendencies, must be honest about what serves your practice and what hinders it. Some people tend toward the extreme of strictness, always pushing, always striving, never satisfied, and they need to learn to ease up, to be gentler with themselves, to recognize that rest and enjoyment are not enemies of practice, but supports. Other people tend toward the extreme of laxity, always choosing comfort, always finding excuses, and they need to learn to apply more effort, to challenge themselves appropriately, to recognize that growth requires some discomfort and discipline. You, Ren, seem to swing between both, which means you need to develop the middle qualities. Consistent, moderate effort without harshness, discipline without rigidity, kindness without indulgence, engagement without overwhelm. Watch yourself carefully. Notice when you are moving toward either extreme and consciously return to the center, to the balanced path that you can sustain, not just for weeks or months, but for years, for a lifetime. Master Ryoshin concluded the teaching by addressing a common misunderstanding. Some people hear middle way and think it means being mediocre, never excelling, just being average at everything. This is not what the Buddha taught. The middle way is not about being lukewarm or half-hearted. It is about being balanced and sustainable. You can be deeply committed, highly disciplined, and intensely practiced while still following the middle way, because your commitment and discipline arise from wisdom rather than from neurotic compulsion or ego-driven striving. The middle way practitioner is like a marathon runner who maintains a steady, sustainable pace throughout the race, rather than like a sprinter who burns out after a short distance. Both exert great effort, but the marathon runner's effort is balanced and therefore successful over the long distance. In spiritual practice, we are running not a sprint, but an ultra-marathon, a practice that continues throughout life and potentially beyond. The only way to succeed at this is through sustainable, balanced effort, through the middle way that the Buddha discovered and taught and exemplified in his own life and practice. Over the weeks that followed, Ren worked consciously to find his middle way, experimenting with different levels of effort and discipline, learning to recognize when he was pushing too hard or slacking too much, and adjusting accordingly. He developed a meditation schedule that was consistent but not overwhelming, practice periods that challenged him but did not exhaust him, an approach to study that was serious but not obsessive. He learned to be firmer with himself when laxity arose, and gentler when he was being too harsh, developing the inner discernment that could recognize which quality was needed in each moment. This was not easy and required ongoing attention, for the old patterns of extremes were deeply habitual, but gradually he found a steadier way of being, less dramatic but more peaceful, less exciting but more fulfilling. His practice deepened not through heroic efforts, but through steady consistency, and he began to appreciate the Buddha's wisdom in teaching the middle way, recognizing it as perhaps the most practical and essential teaching of all, the one that made all other practices sustainable and effective over the long term. Master Ryoshin watched this maturation with approval, seeing Ren develop the wisdom that comes only through experience and self-knowledge. One evening, as the first signs of spring began appearing, with buds swelling on trees and birds returning from winter migration, the master and student sat together in comfortable silence, and Ryoshin felt moved to share something personal. "When I was your age," he said, "I made all the same mistakes you have made, swinging between extremes, exhausting myself, then giving up, then pushing hard again. It took me many years to find my balance, and even now I must remain vigilant, for the tendency toward extremes never completely disappears. It just becomes easier to recognize and correct. The path is not about reaching some final state where everything is perfect and easy, but about developing the wisdom and skill to navigate life's inevitable challenges with increasing steadiness and grace. You are doing this work now, and doing it well, and the steadiness you are cultivating will serve you for the rest of your life, in practice, and in all your relationships and endeavors. The middle way is not just a teaching, but a lived art, and you are learning to live it, which is the only way it can be truly understood. Meditation as transformation, the path of inner work. Spring arrived at the monastery with sudden warmth, as though winter had finally exhausted itself and stepped aside all at once to let new life emerge. Cherry blossoms exploded into clouds of pale pink, filling the air with delicate fragrance and covering the ground with drifts of petals that looked like snow. Birds returned in great numbers, their songs creating a constant backdrop of celebration and activity. The monks opened windows that had been shuttered for months, letting fresh air flow through halls and rooms, and the entire atmosphere of the monastery shifted from inward hibernation to outward expansion. In this season of renewal, Master Ryoshin decided it was time to deepen Ren's meditation practice, to move beyond the foundational techniques he had been using, and to introduce more advanced methods that would accelerate his progress toward awakening. One morning, after the community meditation, the master invited Ren to spend the day in intensive one-on-one instruction, a rare gift of focused teaching time that signaled the teacher's confidence in his students' readiness for deeper work. They settled in the small meditation hall that was used for personal practice, a quiet space with excellent light and a serene atmosphere. Master Ryoshin began by reviewing what Ren had learned so far about meditation. "You have developed a foundation of concentration through breath awareness," he said. "You have cultivated mindfulness of body, feelings, mind, and phenomena. You have practiced insight meditation, observing the three characteristics of impermanence, non-self, and suffering in your direct experience. You have worked with loving kindness and the other immeasurables to develop your heart. All of this is excellent and necessary, the groundwork without which deeper practice cannot proceed safely and effectively. But now you are ready to work more intensively with the transformation of consciousness itself, to use meditation not just as a practice you do, but as a powerful tool for dismantling the habitual patterns that keep you bound and revealing the freedom that is your true nature. This deeper work requires courage, for you will be directly confronting and releasing attachments, fears, and identifications that have structured your entire sense of self. Are you ready for this? Ren felt a mixture of excitement and trepidation, but his answer was immediate and sincere. I am ready, Master. I have seen enough through preliminary practice to know that deeper liberation is possible, and I trust you to guide me through whatever challenges arise. I am willing to face whatever needs to be faced, to release whatever needs to be released, to do the work required for genuine awakening. Master Ryoshin smiled with evident satisfaction. Good, he said. Then we begin today with a practice called noting or mental labeling, which is a powerful method for developing continuity of mindfulness and for seeing the mind's patterns with great clarity. The practice is simple in concept, but requires sustained effort and attention. You will sit in meditation and note or mentally label every distinct experience that arises in your awareness, using simple one-word labels like thinking, hearing, feeling, seeing, remembering, planning, whatever accurately names the experience. The labeling should be gentle and quick, not interrupting the flow of experience, but providing a thin layer of conscious recognition that prevents you from being lost in the content of experience and keeps you anchored in awareness itself. Master Ryoshin demonstrated the practice, sitting in meditation and occasionally whispering labels aloud so Ren could hear the rhythm and style. Breathing, hearing, thinking, feeling, itching, adjusting, breathing, planning, remembering, hearing. The labels were simple, neutral, factual, not evaluative or elaborate, just naming what was present without judgment or analysis. After demonstrating, the master invited Ren to practice, and for the next hour, they sat together in silence, Ren working with the noting practice, while Master Ryoshin occasionally observed and offered whispered corrections or encouragements. At first, Ren found the practice mechanical and wondered what its purpose was, but gradually he began to notice its effects. The noting created a slight distance between awareness and experience, preventing him from being completely absorbed in thoughts and emotions. He could see thinking arising, note it as thinking, and watch it pass without being swept into its content and losing himself in elaborate mental narratives. He could feel an unpleasant sensation, note it as pain or discomfort, and observe it more objectively, without the usual reactive overlay of aversion and anxiety. As the hour progressed, Ren's noting became faster and more continuous, and he entered a state of heightened clarity where he could see the mind's activity with unusual precision. Thoughts arose and passed with astonishing speed, not the solid, continuous stream he usually experienced, but a rapid flickering of discrete mental events, each arising from nowhere, existing briefly and vanishing completely. Emotions that seemed solid and overwhelming when he was identified with them appeared from this noting perspective as momentary waves of energy in the body, arising and passing like everything else. Even the sense of self, which usually felt so continuous and solid, revealed itself as a series of brief self-referential thoughts and body sensations. Not a unified entity, but a rapid succession of discrete events that created the illusion of continuity through their speed and habitual recurrence. This seeing was both fascinating and liberating, for it made viscerally clear what he had understood intellectually: that experience is a process, not a thing, a flow, not a solid mass, and that the self he took himself to be was not what he thought it was. When the hour ended and Master Ryoshin rang a small bell to signal a break, Ren opened his eyes with a sense of having seen something crucial, though he could not yet fully articulate what it was. During the break, Master Ryoshin offered tea and invited Ren to share his experience. Ren described what he had observed, the rapid arising and passing of phenomena, the dissolving of seemingly solid experiences into discrete events, the way noting prevented him from being lost in content and kept him anchored in awareness. The master nodded with approval. "Yes," he said. "This is insight arising, not just understanding but direct perception of impermanence and non-self. The noting practice is particularly powerful for developing this kind of penetrating awareness because it prevents the usual habit of being absorbed in the storyline of experience and instead reveals the moment-to-moment structure of how experience actually occurs. As you continue this practice, the insights will deepen and you will begin to see what are called the stages of insight, a progressive unfolding of understanding that leads naturally toward awakening if you persist with patience and courage. Some of these stages will be pleasant and exciting, others will be challenging and even frightening, but all are part of the natural process of the mind purifying itself and seeing reality with increasing clarity. Master Ryoshin explained that the insight stages begin with simple recognition of phenomena arising and passing, which Ren had already experienced. As practice deepens, he said, you will enter a stage where the dissolution of phenomena becomes even more apparent, where you see not just things arising and passing, but the moment of passing, the instant of ceasing, becoming highlighted in your awareness. Everything will be seen to be constantly ending, constantly dying. And this can be somewhat unsettling because it challenges the continuity we usually take for granted. After this dissolution stage, many practitioners enter what is called the dark night or difficult stages, where the clear seeing of impermanence and non-self, rather than being liberating, temporarily creates a sense of disenchantment, fear, disgust, or despair. This is not regression, but actually a sign of progress, for you are seeing through illusions that previously made suffering bearable. And before the final liberation comes, there can be a period where you are caught between the old way of being that no longer works and the new way that has not yet fully stabilized. This is a crucial passage, and many practitioners get stuck here or give up, thinking they have made a mistake or that practice is making them worse. But if you continue through these difficult stages with courage and consistent practice, Master Ryoshin said, they will naturally resolve into a stage of equanimity where the clear seeing of impermanence and non-self no longer disturbs you, but brings deep peace and acceptance. From this high equanimity, if conditions are right and if you persist, a moment of profound shift can occur, a discontinuity in consciousness, where the habitual patterns that create suffering are cut at their root, and you directly perceive the unconditioned, the deathless nirvana itself. This experience of awakening, called stream entry or first path, permanently transforms understanding and liberates you from certain deep-rooted fetters like belief in a permanent self, doubt about the path, and attachment to rites and rituals. It does not mean you are fully enlightened or that all suffering immediately ceases, but it means you have tasted liberation directly and you can never again completely doubt its possibility or be completely lost in the illusion of self. From stream entry, the path continues through higher stages of awakening, gradually releasing deeper and subtler attachments until full liberation is attained. Ren listened with rapt attention, both inspired and somewhat daunted by what Master Ryoshin described. The master saw his student's mixed response and spoke reassuringly. "Do not be overwhelmed by the map of stages," he said. "The map is useful for understanding the territory, but the actual journey is what matters, not the map. Simply continue practicing with sincerity and consistency. Bring continuous mindfulness to your experience through noting or other methods, and trust that the natural intelligence of awareness will unfold the process in its own time." You cannot force awakening through ambition or effort alone, but you can create the conditions that allow it to arise naturally by maintaining practice, living ethically, studying teachings, cultivating wisdom and compassion, and letting go of attachments as you see them clearly. The stages will take care of themselves if you take care of the practice. And remember that I am here to guide you, to help you navigate whatever arises, to encourage you when you are discouraged, and to caution you when you become overly enthusiastic or attached to experiences. You do not walk this path alone. You walk it in the company of all who have walked it before and all who walk it now, and you walk it with my support and with the support of this community. For the rest of that day, and for many days following, Ren practiced the noting technique intensively, sitting for longer periods, applying the practice in walking meditation and in daily activities, developing increasing continuity and speed of mental labeling until the noting became almost automatic, a background process that maintained continuous mindfulness without requiring much conscious effort. As Master Ryoshin had predicted, his experience moved through various stages. There were periods of great clarity and joy, where practice felt easy and insights arose naturally, where he felt he was finally understanding what the teachings pointed to and making real progress. There were periods of seeing dissolution, where everything seemed to be constantly ending, where nothing lasted even a second, and this was sometimes exhilarating in its demonstration of impermanence and sometimes vertiginous and unsettling. There were periods that seemed dark and difficult, where practice felt pointless, where suffering seemed more apparent than ever, where he questioned whether he was wasting his time on esoteric nonsense that had no real benefit. During these difficult periods, Master Ryoshin's support was crucial, reassuring Ren that what he was experiencing was normal, that others had passed through the same territory, and that it would resolve if he simply continued without grasping at pleasant states or rejecting unpleasant ones. Gradually, after weeks of intensive practice, Ren entered a stage of deep equanimity where he could observe any experience, pleasant or unpleasant, with complete acceptance and without reactivity. Pain arose, and he noted it without aversion. Pleasant sensations arose, and he noted them without grasping. Thoughts of doubt or fear arose, and he noted them as just mental events, no more substantial or threatening than clouds passing through the sky. This equanimity was not dull or indifferent, but vibrant and awake, a quality of balanced awareness that remained steady regardless of content, and it brought a peace deeper than anything he had known. He felt he could sit forever in this state, completely at ease with whatever arose, no longer fighting with experience or trying to manipulate it, but simply allowing it to be as it was. Master Ryoshin recognized this high equanimity and encouraged Ren to rest in it, to stabilize it, letting it mature naturally without striving for anything beyond it. And as spring deepened into early summer, with the monastery gardens bursting with life and color, Ren continued his practice with a sense of ripeness, of being on the edge of something significant, though he did not know what or when it would come, only that he was ready as he had ever been for anything, to meet whatever the path would reveal next. Living the Dharma. Practice in daily life. As Ren's meditation practice deepened and matured, Master Ryoshin emphasized increasingly the importance of bringing practice off the cushion and into every aspect of daily life. Meditation in the formal sense, sitting or walking in designated practice periods, was essential and provided the concentrated training that developed mental qualities and insights. But the ultimate purpose of practice was not to become skilled at sitting still, but to transform one's entire way of being in the world, to live with continuous awareness, wisdom, and compassion, in all circumstances and activities. The Dharma was not meant to be compartmentalized, something done during meditation periods and then set aside during the rest of the day, but rather a complete way of life, a moment-to-moment practice of waking up and responding wisely to whatever arises. On a warm afternoon when blossoms had given way to lush green foliage and the sounds of summer insects filled the air, Master Ryoshin walked with Ren through the monastery's vegetable gardens, where monks were tending plants and harvesting early crops, and he spoke about the art of integrating practice with everyday activities and relationships. Living the Dharma, Master Ryoshin began, means recognizing that every moment is an opportunity for practice, that there is no activity too mundane or too ordinary to be infused with awareness and care. Washing dishes can be meditation if you bring full presence to the sensations of warm water, the texture of bowls and plates, the movements of your hands, the sounds of water and ceramic. Walking from one building to another can be practice if you feel each step. Notice the movement of your body through space. Observe the sights and sounds around you without being lost in distraction or planning. Eating can be profound practice if you taste each bite fully. Notice the complex flavors and textures. Feel gratitude for the food and all the beings whose effort brought it to your bowl. Eat without rushing or multitasking, or eating mindlessly while thinking about other things. Every activity contains the complete path if you bring the quality of awareness and intention that you have been developing in formal meditation. The question is not what you are doing, but how you are doing it. Not the content of activity, but the quality of consciousness you bring to it. Master Ryoshin gestured to the monks working in the garden, some harvesting vegetables, others weeding, others watering and tending the soil. Watch them, he said. See how they work with complete attention, not rushing, not distracted, fully engaged with the task at hand. This is living Dharma, bringing the same quality of mindfulness to work that you bring to meditation. When you pull a weed, you are not thinking about the next weed or about what you will do when work period ends. You are simply pulling this weed right now with full presence and appropriate effort. When you harvest a ripe vegetable, you notice its color and weight, and the way it releases from the stem, you feel gratitude for the plant's offering. You handle it carefully so as not to damage it. This quality of attention transforms work from drudgery or mere obligation into practice, into a way of training and developing awareness. And it also makes the work itself more effective and more satisfying. Mindful work is better work, more careful and more thorough. And it is also less exhausting because you are not fighting against it with resistance and impatience, but flowing with it in acceptance and presence. But living the Dharma is not only about mindfulness in activities, Master Ryoshin continued. It is also about bringing the insights and qualities you have developed in meditation into your relationships and interactions with others. You have cultivated loving kindness, compassion, sympathetic joy, and equanimity in formal practice. Now the question is, can you bring these qualities into actual encounters with real people in real situations that trigger your reactivity? When someone criticizes you or treats you unfairly, can you respond with equanimity rather than with defensive anger? When someone is suffering, can you respond with compassion rather than with discomfort and the desire to fix or escape? When someone succeeds or receives recognition that you wanted, can you feel genuine sympathetic joy rather than envy or resentment? These are the tests of real practice, for it is relatively easy to feel loving kindness toward all beings in the abstract while sitting alone in meditation, but much harder to actually embody that kindness when facing a difficult person or a challenging situation. The Dharma only becomes real when it is lived, when it shapes how you actually speak and act and relate, when it makes you kinder, wiser, more patient, more generous, more honest, more peaceful. Master Ryoshin shared some specific practices for integrating Dharma into daily life and relationships. In speech, he said, practice pausing before you speak, taking one conscious breath and asking yourself, is what I'm about to say true? Is it kind? Is it necessary? Is it the right time? This simple practice can prevent an enormous amount of harmful speech, for most unskillful words are spoken impulsively without reflection, driven by reactivity rather than by wisdom. When you pause and reflect, you often find that what you are about to say does not meet these criteria, and you can choose either to remain silent or to find a more skillful way to express what needs to be said. In listening, practice giving your full attention to the person speaking, not planning your response or judging what they are saying, but truly hearing them, being present with them, letting them feel seen and understood. This quality of deep listening is a profound gift, for most people are rarely truly heard, and when you offer this gift, you create connection and trust. You help others feel valued, and you often learn something important that you would have missed if you were only half listening while mostly thinking about yourself. In action, Master Ryoshin continued, practice bringing awareness to your motivation. Before you do something, pause and ask, why am I doing this? Is it arising from generosity or from greed? From kindness or from aversion? From wisdom or from delusion? This inquiry helps you act more consciously and ethically, for you begin to see the often hidden motivations that drive behavior, and you can choose to act from wholesome motivations rather than being unconsciously driven by unwholesome ones. In conflict and difficulty, practice responding rather than reacting. Reacting is automatic, driven by habit and emotion, usually escalating problems rather than resolving them. Responding is conscious, taking a breath, feeling the emotional energy in your body without immediately acting it out, and then choosing how to engage based on wisdom and consideration of consequences. This does not mean suppressing emotions or becoming passive, but it means not being enslaved by emotions, not letting anger or fear or hurt drive you to say or do things you will later regret. You learn to feel fully while acting wisely, to be authentic without being destructive, to take care of yourself while also considering others, finding the middle way in relationships just as you do in meditation. Master Ryoshin also emphasized the importance of ethical reflection as part of daily practice. Each evening, he suggested, before you sleep, reflect briefly on your day. Where did you practice well, bringing awareness and ethics to your actions? Where did you fall short, acting from reactivity or unconsciousness? This is not to induce guilt or harsh self-judgment, but simply to learn, to see patterns, to understand your own mind and behavior more clearly, so you can gradually refine both. If you caused harm through unskillful speech or action, acknowledge it honestly, feel appropriate remorse which is different from useless guilt, and resolve to do better, making amends if possible and appropriate. If you acted skillfully, with awareness and ethics, acknowledge that too, feel satisfaction which is different from pride, and let the recognition of skillful action reinforce your intention to continue practicing well. This evening reflection, done regularly and honestly, accelerates growth and helps integrate practice into life, for you are constantly learning from experience rather than simply repeating the same patterns unconsciously day after day. Living the Dharma also means recognizing and working with the challenges that are unique to your life situation, Master Ryoshin said. Here in the monastery, the conditions support practice. You have time for formal meditation. You live in community with others who share your values and commitment. You are sheltered from many of the pressures and distractions of ordinary life. But eventually, most practitioners must leave the monastery or must integrate practice with family life, work, social responsibilities, financial pressures, and all the complexity of engaged living in the world. This is not easier or harder than monastic life, just different, with its own challenges and opportunities. The challenge is maintaining practice when conditions do not support it as fully, when you are busy and stressed and pulled in many directions, when others around you do not understand or value what you are doing. The opportunity is that engaged life provides countless occasions to practice the teachings in real situations with real stakes, to develop wisdom and compassion in the midst of difficulty, to discover whether what you have learned in protected conditions actually works in the messy complexity of relationships, work, parenting, community involvement, and all the rest. Ren listened to all this teaching with a mixture of appreciation and concern. He had been living in the monastery for many months now, and it had become his home, his refuge, the place where practice felt natural and supported. The idea of eventually leaving, of returning to the world with its noise and demands and lack of understanding, was both exciting and frightening. He voiced this concern to Master Ryoshin, asking whether it was possible to truly practice in the midst of ordinary life, whether awakening was only for monks and nuns who could dedicate themselves fully, or whether householders with jobs and families could also walk the path successfully. The master smiled and spoke reassuringly. The Buddha taught people of all backgrounds and life situations, he said. Many of his awakened disciples were lay people, merchants, farmers, parents, kings, servants. The path is universal, not limited to those who renounce the world. What matters is not whether you live in a monastery or in a house, whether you are celibate or married, whether you spend hours in formal meditation or only minutes, but whether you bring awareness, ethics, and wisdom to whatever life you are living, whether you remember the teachings in the midst of activity, whether you continue learning and growing and letting go of what causes suffering. Some people are called to monastic life, Master Ryoshin continued, and that is a beautiful and valuable path, supporting their own deep practice and also serving as an example and refuge for others. But most people are called to engaged life in the world, and that too is a beautiful and valuable path, bringing the Dharma into family, work, and community, demonstrating that wisdom and compassion can flourish in the midst of ordinary human life, that you do not have to be special or renounce everything to walk the path of awakening. What I encourage you to do, Ren, is not to worry about the future or to think you must choose once and for all between monastic and lay life, but to practice fully wherever you are, to learn what you can learn here in the monastery, and then to trust that when the time comes to leave or to make any decision about your path forward, you will have the wisdom and understanding to choose well. The Dharma goes with you wherever you go, for it is not contained in buildings or robes or rituals, but lives in your own heart and mind, in the awareness you cultivate and the wisdom you develop. And these cannot be taken from you by any change in circumstances. As summer progressed, Ren took this teaching deeply to heart, practicing not only in formal meditation, but in every activity and interaction. He brought full presence to his work assignments, whether that was cleaning, cooking, gardening, or maintaining buildings. He practiced mindful speech in conversations, pausing before speaking, listening deeply, choosing words carefully. He worked consciously with difficult emotions when they arose, not acting them out impulsively but feeling them in his body, investigating them with curiosity, and letting them pass without being enslaved by them. He practiced the immeasurables with actual people rather than only in formal meditation, cultivating kindness toward the monks he lived with, compassion toward those who were struggling, sympathetic joy toward those who were happy, and equanimity toward all the ups and downs of community life. And he found, to his delight and somewhat to his surprise, that this integration of formal and informal practice, of cushion time and daily life, created a deepening and stabilizing of his entire practice that felt more solid and complete than when he had focused primarily on meditation alone. The teachings were becoming lived reality, not just concepts understood, but qualities embodied, and he felt he was beginning, just beginning, to touch what it meant to actually live the Dharma, rather than simply to study it or practice it in isolated periods separated from the rest of life. The Sangha and continued practice, walking together. As the first anniversary of Ren's arrival at the monastery approached, he found himself reflecting on the journey he had traveled over the past year, the profound changes in his understanding and way of being, and the factors that had supported his practice and growth. While his relationship with Master Ryoshin had been central and invaluable, he recognized that the broader community, the Sangha of monks and fellow students who practiced alongside him, had also played a crucial role in his development. He had learned not only from formal teachings, but from observing how others practiced, from conversations during work periods, from the encouragement offered during difficult times, from the collective energy of group meditation, and from the simple experience of living in community with others who shared commitment to the path. This recognition led Master Ryoshin to offer a teaching on the importance of Sangha, spiritual community, and fellowship, which the Buddha had identified as one of the three refuges or treasures of Buddhism, alongside the Buddha himself and the Dharma teachings. On a late summer evening, as the community gathered for a ceremony marking the anniversary of the Buddha's first teaching, Master Ryoshin spoke about Sangha and its essential role in awakening. The Buddha said, Master Ryoshin began, that spiritual friendship is not just helpful or beneficial to the path, but is the entire path, meaning that the journey to awakening is not a solo endeavor, but a communal one, that we need each other in profound ways, that isolation is a hindrance and community is a support. This can be understood at multiple levels. At the most practical level, spiritual friends provide encouragement when we are discouraged, share their experience and insights, hold us accountable to our commitments, and offer companionship on what can otherwise be a lonely journey. When you are struggling in practice, feeling that you are making no progress or even going backwards, the presence of others who have been through similar experiences and emerged on the other side can be tremendously reassuring, reminding you that what you are experiencing is normal, temporary, and workable. When you are tempted to give up or to compromise your ethics, the presence of others who are maintaining their practice and commitment can inspire you to persevere, providing a positive peer pressure that supports your better intentions against your momentary weakness or discouragement. At a deeper level, Master Ryoshin continued, Sangha provides a container and context for practice that is difficult to maintain alone. Living and practicing in community creates a structure and rhythm that supports consistency. Meditation periods happen at set times regardless of whether you feel like meditating. Meals are served at regular intervals with mindfulness and simplicity. Work is organized and shared. Teachings are offered regularly. This external structure gradually becomes internalized, so that even when you are alone, the habits formed in community continue to support you. Moreover, community provides mirrors for seeing yourself more clearly. In solitude, it is easy to maintain illusions about how kind, patient, generous, and awakened you are because you are not challenged or tested. But in community, your rough edges show up immediately. The irritation you feel when someone does something differently than you would do it, the competitiveness that arises when someone else is praised, the selfishness that emerges around shared resources, the judgmental thoughts about others' practice or behavior. These are humbling revelations, but also invaluable, for they show you exactly where you still have work to do, where you are still caught in ego and reactivity, and they provide real-life situations for practicing patience, kindness, forgiveness, and all the qualities you are cultivating. Sangha also provides different perspectives and teachings, Master Ryoshin said. While having a primary teacher like myself is important for consistency and depth of training, you also benefit from hearing teachings from others who may explain things differently, emphasize different aspects, or connect with you in ways that your primary teacher does not. Each awakened or experienced practitioner has walked their own unique path and has particular insights and skillful means to share. And by learning from many rather than only one, you develop a more complete and flexible understanding. Moreover, teaching is not only of